So how are you seeing the fight actually playing out? Are you expect it to be a banger? Are you going to try and mix it up this time? Or how are you seeing the fight play out?
Well, I mean, I haven't really watched much on. What do you think I should do?
I'd avoid getting hit if possible.
Kill a gorilla, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He hits
fucking scary
hard.
name.
Yeah.
How nice would it be if his nickname was Curious George? I'd be like, oh, fuck yeah. That'd be nice. We got the killer gorilla. Let's fucking go. It sounds like a scary motherfucker, dude. Sounds like I don't want to share a fucking cellmate with that guy.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, he took the wind out of my sails with that one.
Yeah, no, I don't know, man. Maybe fucking, I don't know. Maybe I'll take him down. Maybe I kickbox. Maybe I box. I don't even know these things. You're asking me. You're asking questions of things that I haven't even thought about yet.
Have you thought about what a win would do for your place in the division?
I double my pay.
Do you think, if you win this, like the middleweight division, obviously Alex and Izzy have to rematch.
Yeah.
But if you win, let's say Izzy wins that rematch, right? Either way, you're going to be one of the names who hasn't fought for a title in that division yet. So it would make sense that with a win over Jared, you're probably in that conversation, right?
And like, again, we all know that I'd have the best fight with Izzy. I mean, he's going to fucking run around me. I'm going to get frustrated. He might outpoint me, but, fucking, it'll be the best fight. Yeah. I mean, I'm on I don't have a lot of followers, though, so maybe the UFC looks at me and says, this guy doesn't have a big name. Put him in the fucking Apex. Let him fight there.
I think they look at you and they think, press conferences.
Oh yeah, press conferences. I make the fucking press conferences. Like look at Patty, the fucking the Conor McGregor wannabe. Like, you don't want to see that fucking guy with this gay little fucking bowl cut. You can't relate to that fucking guy, that English little fucking prick.
He's not a prick because
what are you? Are you English too? Yeah. Are you English? Oh man, how's it feel to live in a surveillance state? When England took your fucking nuts and said you can't own a knife, did it hurt? Does it feel good to be in America and the land of the free?
Home of the brave.
Yeah. Does it feel good? Is it nice not to have a fucking camera everywhere you go? Isn't England like the most surveyed state?
China.
But I don't know, man. You guys have fucking camera in every corner.
Yeah.
But that's why you live in America, though, right?
I do.
Yeah, because it's way better than England. It's all right. It's home of the free.
I live here because it's a place for work and opportunity.
But why is it the place of work and opportunity? Because it's better than England.
Because the UFC's here.
Because it's better than... And so just admit it, bro. You could be American for a day. Fuck, man. I mean, fuck, dude. All right.
I feel like both have pros and cons. What is the worst Christmas gift you ever got?
Oh, fuck. A beer bottle thrown at your head? I don't fucking know.
I guessed it would be something like that.
I don't know. What about you, man? What did your boyfriend get you?
Thanks. He forgot to give me head that one time. No.
Oh shit! This fucking guy. Wait, are you a homosexual?
I am not. No.
I actually was at a fucking Dollar Tree the other day buying wrapping paper because you want to get wrapping paper, you go to the fucking Dollar Tree, and I seen these two gay guys in the fucking wild, right? And I've never seen I have gay friends who are couples, and I've hung out with these guys, but I've never seen two gay people interact in the wild. So I'm holding my fucking wrapping paper, all my wrapping paper, and I'm watching intently what's gonna happen. And a part of me thought they were just gonna be like, hey, you're gay, I'm gay, you wanna go fuck afterwards? No, not even slightly. They were actually kind of fucking mean to each other. That guy was kind of a dick to him. I thought I was about to see fucking romance happen. I was excited, and then that guy was like, fuck you. I don't even give a fuck that you're gay. It was kind of weird, man.
To be clear, you were disappointed you didn't get to see the guys.
No, man, I didn't want to see him fuck, dude, but I thought I was about to see a Hallmark movie take place. It's Christmas. You got two gays in one room. I thought I was going to see some romantic shit. Nothing happened.
Are you a Christmassy guy?
When you're not poor, it's nice. When you're fucking broke, you look at Christmas oh, fuck, I gotta buy gifts. But now, you go on Amazon, you just fucking twiddle your thumbs away, and, it's a lot better when you're not fucking poor. I mean, you fucking know, dude. You're a journalist. Fuck. Dude. This guy's life ambitions were did you go to school for journalism or you just picked up a microphone?
No, I went to school for it.
This guy's life ambitions were I'm going to work my ass off. I'm going to go to school. I'm going to be in the fucking NBA sucking off China. I'm going to be wearing a suit and tie talking to LeBron James. Everyone's going to fucking know me. Everyone's going to love me. And now this motherfucker's at the Apex interviewing me. Dude, I feel bad for you, dude. I'm fucking sorry, man.
It's all right.
Fuck, dude. I'm sorry, man. Taking shit from me. Sean Bill said this shit in the NBA. I should fucking change spots. But yeah. Anyways.
Hi, Sean.
Hello, how are you?
Please be nice to me.
I'm always nice.
I saw you sparring yesterday. I'm just curious if that's typical of you sparring so close to a fight.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I like to spar. It like takes the nerves off. It feels good to hit people. I think I just like to hit people. You know, it's even way better when it's not for money, because then when you're sparring, it's just like, hey, this is just a good time. Win or lose, it's just a good time. But when you're fighting people for money, and it's like, oh, fuck, if I lose, half my check. I'm not going to get to talk to you guys afterwards. I'm going to get to go home and sad and masturbate with my tears.
I'm curious what you thought of Izzy getting arrested for having brass knuckles.
I mean, he's fucking, you know, he's another fucking foreigner. If he was a real man, it would have been a gun. You know, I mean, you fucking know English, man. You guys, you probably can't even own knives in his fucking country. Fuck, man, I don't know, dude. Maybe, I mean, he just get knocked out. There was some CTE acting up. I mean, the fact that brass knuckles are illegal in most states is fucking akin to English being pussies. Like, it's like, I don't understand. I could put a fucking gun on my hip right now and that's fine, but I can't carry a fucking brass knuckle. America, you disappoint me in a lot of aspects, America, but whatever. Might really get hit with brass knuckles and shot, you know? Fucking carry the brass knuckles, dude. Fuck.
Well, where else would you want to live besides America? Which country do you think is the most free?
Oh, the most fucking free. That's a hard one. You know, man, I don't want to go too deep in the fucking weeds here. I love America. I'm an American, red, white, and blue, you know, fucking freedom, Patriot Act, all that. But, you know, like, something happened with America where, like, we went from, like, smoking cigarettes, riding horses, and, like, working on cars to a bunch of fucking pussies. I don't know if it was fucking 9/11 or what happened, but all of a sudden, dude, America was like, you know what, we don't like guns, we don't like freedom, we want our phones to be listened to, we like taxes. Like, I mean, it's kind of hard. Like, America's not necessarily America, you know? Like, if you really think about what it was, like these founding fathers, could you picture our fucking founding fathers? If you could bring them back right now, and you were like, hey, man, like, look at this cool fucking phone, and you show them all the cool shit you could do, and be like, whatever you do, though, just understand that it's being fucking watched and listened to. These old racist fucking white men would be like, grab your fucking musket, let's go kill some people, you know? So I don't know, man. America just is really dropping the ball lately. It's more akin to communist China. And you have this fucking, you know, fuck, I didn't go into it. I didn't go into it. Fucking, let's start the revolution, you know? Let's fucking go. That's why we have AR-15s. I prefer the AK, the ammo's cheaper, but sorry, continue.
I want to talk about Twitter. I know you're not on Twitter, but now that Elon's taken over, he's kind of reinstating some people. Do you have any desire to get back on Twitter?
Oh, Elon fucking Musk, that retard. I love that guy. Wait, no, sorry, he's not retarded. He's, what is it, autism? Listen, you guys, I probably have fucking autism. I'm allowed to be, I'm the fellow retard, you guys. I got CTE, man. I get hit in the head for a living. These are my fucking people. These are my people. We're one of a kind. No, I'm happy what Elon's doing. Bringing back a little bit of freedom, you know? I mean, even this FTX fucking guy. What, like he's about to go testify for Congress. Next thing you know, he gets fucking arrested. Guys, the government's fucking corrupt. Grab your guns. Go grab some don't tread on me flags. And let's, I don't want to go storm the Capitol. I'm not that guy, but, you know, you guys should do it.
You posted that Dana is a businessman and we are the cattle. I'm curious if you could elaborate on that.
Oh, yeah, no, Josh Thompson, he had some good scraps. He said that, like, Dana doesn't give a fuck about us. And I didn't know, like, in the business of, hey, I'm going to take human beings and make them fight for money if giving a fuck about them was part of the job title. Like, if I'm the CEO of UFC, like, and I'm like, hey, what big, scary motherfuckers can we pick to fight each other? And afterwards, I'm like, but you know, man, I hope they're having a good Christmas. I hope life is good for them. No, we're fucking cattle, dude. Like again, us versus, let's say, porn stars. What's the difference?
You do both take shots to the face, I suppose.
Yes, but again, we diet. I mean, not as many shots this fucking guy takes from his boyfriend, but we. But no, there's nothing, dude. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with gays. I fucking love them. I literally had a Hallmark moment with one. It was fucking depressing. No, but we fucking diet. We get really fucking skinny. A couple of us get abs. you know, we wear these little tight little outfits, little fucking spandex, you know, wear a little cock bulge in our cup. And we go out there, we take our fucking clothes off when we fight in front of thousands of people. Well, these people are like, yeah, fucking punch him in the face, take him down, like fucking dry hump him, you know, twist his dick. So again, I love my job, but I'm not going to go look in the fucking mirror and think I'm like I'm LeBron James. I'm not. I'm a fucking prostitute, man. I take my fucking clothes off. Dana says, go fight that guy. I'm like, all right, Dana, how much? And he gives me a number, and I'm like, fuck it, let's go, Dana. I'll fight that motherfucker. So, you know, I just don't have an illusion of like, I'm not disillusioned of what I am.
And my last question, most important question of all. What were you buying that you needed to be wrapped?
Oh, man, fucking, what did I buy? I can't tell you. They're gonna watch and they're fucking know, man. I was on Amazon. I'm dieting. I'm just happy that I wrapped it. Normally, I just do the duct tape thing. We just wrap it with a fucking whole roll of duct tape. I'm like, fuck you, man. If you want this, I hope you enjoy it. Cost me $100, but it's gonna take you like 30 minutes. But yeah, no. So yeah, Christmas.
Sean.
Blah blah blah. Oh, this guy. Oh, the rock and roll. What's your tattoo of, man? What is that?
Video game controller and some music.
Oh man, the one guy that doesn't get pussy in here. What video? That's who you're married to? Oh, you're married. Oh man, does she play video games too?
Not really.
What'd you guys meet on, like Elder Scrolls Online, World of Warcraft singles, time to mingle? I'll bring the Mountain Dew, you bring the chips.
Basically.
Oh, that's cool. What'd your girl do? She work? Did you meet her at World of Warcraft? Don't lie, it's okay. Do you tell me? Did you play World of Warcraft?
No, I haven't, but I always wanted to.
Okay, what video game trailer is that before we continue this? I need to know a little bit more about you before we
It's just a controller.
like is it a PS4? Is it Nintendo?
PS4.
Okay, PS4. How old are you?
32.
Okay, you're 32, about the same age. What's your favorite PS4 game?
Man.
Kingdom Come. Wait, no, isn't there like the Kingdom Hearts game, the Disney game? Don't fucking lie to me. Look at you.
I'm more of a Metal Gear Solid kind of remake kind of guy.
Yeah, you got the fucking scummy goatee looking thing, man. I understand that. When you put that on, do you look like when you shave your fucking face with a scummy goatee, like, oh man, I want everybody to think that I touch children.
I look like Sean Strickland when I shave.
All right, good looking fucking guy then, dude. All right, continue. Let's continue this interview. I'm done fucking with
How does one get a nasty finger injury like you did?
Well, fucking Kupalabra probably doesn't brush his teeth. No, I punched Kupalabra in the mouthpiece, and it was all fucking solid. And then I was sparring Johnny Eblim, who is a champion of an organization that's not to be named. And really fucking good. I hit him, and all of a sudden I was like, man, that felt like I even stopped training. I stopped for like 10 seconds. I'm like, dude, that felt very fucking weird. And he called me a pussy, and I'm like, I guess, man, I'm being a pussy. So I kept sparring, and I get done. I'm like, dude, that felt weird. And then with hours, my hand just swelled up like a balloon. I had to go get surgery.
So when you punched Kupalabra's mouthpiece, like, what the hell? How does that cut your finger?
Well, Kupalabra is a very angry. Where is he from? What part of the world is Kupalabra?
Moldova.
Wherever the fuck Moldova is, dude, I don't even want to go there. After meeting Kupalabra, I'm just like, you angry, poor motherfuckers. I do not want to know what kind of place that breeds Kupalabra. So, Moldova, don't go. I don't even know where fucking Moldova is, dude. You look like you might be from fucking Moldova. Anyways. So, yeah, no, I hit the fucking guy, and I don't know, man, just dirty, angry motherfucker. Had a fucking dirty mouth. No, that being said, I love Kupalabra. He's actually a solid fucking guy. True story about Kupalabra. I've always known Kupalabra to be an angry cunt. And, yeah, no, I mean, if you guys know Kupalabra, he's an angry fucking cunt. And, like, he'll always bring his, like, cute little blonde daughter in, and he's always, like, taking care of her and, like, being fucking Mr. Super Dad while he trains. So, I mean, yeah, he is a royal fucking cunt, but he is also a solid motherfucker.
And finally, one of your other guys that you sparred with a lot, Sadu Sai.
Oh, my Sai, let's go.
How nice was it seeing him win a championship?
Oh, man, it was nice. Fucking, he's probably one of the most improved guy, you know? Like, he's going doing the tour in Africa, eating with his fucking hands and shit, spreading COVID. But nah, dude, he was just, I'm not getting into that. Nah, he fucking deserves it. He's the hardest working fucking dude in there. Anytime I need rounds, he's always the first guy raising his hand. Like, you know, I respect guys that work hard, and he's probably next to Chris Curtis, who works too hard, who overtrains. He's probably the hardest working guy in the room.
We asked Chris if he would fight you, and he said that you would force him to fight him.
Well, it depends how much money. Like, again, dude, like, I would fight my mom if they offered me enough money. I mean, it's not money the UFC's willing to pay me, but yeah, I'd fucking fight Kurt. I mean, me and Kurt fight every day in the gym. Hell, and then depending on the odds, you might call me a Kraus Strickland. No, I'm just fucking with that. Is that guy still banned? Is he still banned from the UFC? I've never bet. I should start betting. I have insight. You know, I have good insight on some fights. There's some fights where I'm like, oh, this guy's going to win. This guy's going to lose. I should bet. So is he still banned from the UFC, Kraus? What did he do? You guys know this shit.
The investigation's still ongoing. They're still trying to.
Come on, you have to have some insight, bro. You're a fucking journalist. You guys, your jobs are to be parasites. You don't have any fucking insight. Nothing. What about you, man? You got nothing, no insight. Zero. Fucking dirty. You can say it, bro. It's okay. We're off the record here.
Going back to the last fight, you mentioned Chris Curtis. He gave you a lot of props afterwards. How proud are you of that performance? He gave you a lot of love for the work that you guys did in training camp.
You know, it's kind of funny. So Chris Curtis overtrains. He's the kind of guy who'll spar like 12 rounds, and you're just like, what's the point, Kurt? He's like, I got to do it to feel better about myself. I'm like, all right, Kurt, whatever the fuck makes you sleep better. So Kurt was like overtraining and being emo, and Buckley came and sparred. And like Buckley did okay with him. Like I didn't think Buckley fucked him up, but it was like Buckley did okay. So going to that fight, I'm like, man, I've watched these guys spar, and Buckley did okay. So I was a little nervous, and then fucking Kurt goes in there and fucking clowns the guy and just like was laughing at him while he fights. So I was a little nervous, dude, but I'm fucking happy. Kurt put on a fucking impressive show. He had good boxing, you know. Buckley looked really scared. At the end of the first, he had this look in his face like, oh, fuck. I didn't think this was going to be like this. I thought I was going to fuck Kurt up. What's going on? I'm getting hit in the face. This isn't fun. I taste blood in my mouth. So, yeah, no, I'm happy for Kurt. You know, that guy had like a very interesting journey to the UFC. I mean, there was one time, you know, he got called short notice on a UFC fight and lost his shit. I mean, like, he couldn't make the weight. It was physically impossible. And he, like, had a mental fucking breakdown, started breaking all shit in his apartment. You know, I thought he's going to go. I don't think Kurt's the one that kills himself, but I think he's like the angry black man that goes and gets, like, death by cop, you know? So I'm in his apartment, and I'm like, I'm trying to talk him down after he's, like, punching holes through the wall, breaking all his furniture. And I'm like, dude, Kurt, like, it's all good, man. It's all good. And then he goes outside. He starts fucking raging and angry, you know, angry man. And then, yeah, luckily we talked him out of that, and then he got signed. I mean, there's not one guy in this sport who's gave more to the sport than Chris Curtis. Like, I mean, he deserves everything he gets.
Well, going along with that theme, I mean, a lot of your teammates all give you credit when it comes to, like, the work that you do in sparring. I know every guy that sits up here and speaks to us wants to be a champ, wants to get lots of wins, but you have the respect of your peers. Is that almost as more appreciative? Are you happy that you have that, knowing that your peers are giving you all the respect of what would be like a champion?
You know, I come off as a big asshole, and I am a big asshole, but like whenever guys like come to the gym and train with me, and I'm like helping them out, I'm wrestling with them, I'm kickboxing with them, guys think, oh man, like Sean is an asshole, but he is a fucking team guy. You know, like anybody that comes to Extreme, I'll help out. You know, if fucking Francis says, hey, I have no sparring partners, I need you to be my main sparring partner for a camp, I'll be like, all right, fuck it, if you need it, let's do it. So I think a lot of guys just understand that I'm there for the team, you know, and I get part respect from that.
And I want to read you this quote that came out in an interview, and I just happened to see it on ESPN Social, and it was from your last opponent, or Pahea, said, when Sean Strickland entered the octagon and started staring at me, he hadn't looked at me that way before. That was when I became scared. Yeah, I thought, this guy wants to kill me. I'm telling you.
I did.
Guy,
I just did it.
From everything else. Where do you go in your head when you step in that cage? Here we see the jovial. You like to fuck with us, but where do you go in that cage?
You know why I'm such a nice guy? Like, if you ever meet me in the world, I'm the nicest fucking guy. I'm like, hey, what's up, buddy? Like, let's take a picture. You want to go dick to dick? You want to go tip to tip? Like, whatever the fuck it might be, you know? It's because I'm such an angry motherfucker that, like, if I don't always act nice and I let that little fucking thing creep in my head of fuck you, it fixates on me and it festers like a fucking wound and I dwell on it. So when I fight, it's just more of like, hey, just fucking be who you are. Just fucking go in there and fight a motherfucker, you know? The shitty thing is, though, when you're fighting big Brazilians, they hit really fucking hard and knock out a lot of people, you know? They hit really hard and knock a lot of fucking people.
Well, you definitely go in there. You're not going against a Brazilian, but when you're looking at the guy across the cage, break him down for us. Where's Jared dangerous, and what are you expecting him to bring?
So, I don't want to tell you guys this, but I don't watch a lot of MMA. I've seen some highlights of him knocking motherfuckers out. Looks pretty cool. I liked when he knocked Brunson out. I was like, oh, man, that's a scary motherfucker. I understand how you have your name now, sir. That all makes sense. But, is that fucking Bobby Green? Look at what Bobby Green with the fucking grill. Jesus Christ. This fucking guy, dude. Let's fucking go, man. Let's fucking go. Bobby Green, that crazy motherfucker, dude.
He is.
You want to talk about someone who's fucking nuts? Bobby fucking Green. That guy's fucking...
He's in a pod right there.
No. Here's the thing about me. I say crazy shit, and, like, I look in the mirror, and I'm very aware of the shit I'm saying is fucking nuts. Bobby, though, he says crazy shit, and he's like, no, this is 100% factual, accurate. I'm like, yeah, Bobby, fucking God's speaking to you every day, sir. You're the one. You're the fucking one, James or Tony Ferguson. Sorry. No, I shouldn't make fun of fucking Tony Ferguson. That's fucked up. That guy really is fucking insane.
And then just last thing for me, just keys to the victory. What needs to happen to make sure you get your arm raised?
I don't know, man. Maybe wrestle. Maybe box better. Fuck, I don't know, man. You just go in there and, like, you just got to just... You know, it's like having sex with a woman. If you plan it too much, it just doesn't work out. You just got to be fluid. You just got to see where the action takes you, you know? What position you're going to get into, you know? I don't know who he is. Maybe he doesn't like being on top. Maybe he doesn't like being on bottom. I got to figure it out as I go.
I love it. Best of luck on Saturday.
Oh, thanks, man.
Hey, Sean.
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, I'm good. How you doing?
No, I've been looking at your ears this whole time. You got some big fucking ears. That's the one thing I've noticed since I've been up here is your big ass fucking ears. But let's continue this. I got a big ear too, right? I was actually, funny story. I'm in fucking AutoZone. I'm in AutoZone. And I actually had this deep thought with myself. And this is a thought. Well, there's a black guy in here, so I don't want to be offensive. But this black family gets out of the car. And, like, super, like, you know, loud and just, like, and, you know, like, my first thought was, like, oh, man, black people being loud. But then I started really dissecting this. I was like, if it was a white trash fucking family, my first thought would be, like, look at these white trash motherfuckers. Like, what the fuck, man? But, like, and then I started thinking, like, it's so weird that, like, human beings, whenever we, like, see something that is, like, very non-normal, we immediately attack him. Like you, like, you know, big fucking ears. Like, you know, your fucking PS4 banging, you know, World of Warcraft. You, like, it's a very odd thing that humans do, you know? It's a very odd thing. So, yeah, anyways, I guess going on to big ears. So I see this guy, and I'm like, you know what, dude, you're a fucking cunt. Like, you shouldn't have, like, judged somebody for how they act. They're just having a good fucking time. So I was like, and then I noticed he has these big fucked up ears. I'm like, oh, man, I'm going to talk to this guy in AutoZone, and we're going to be fucking friends. And I'm like, man, I see the ears. You fight. We should hang out. You should come be friends with me. We should go train. And his fucking dad says, no, as a boy, he used to twiddle his ears a lot. So he gave himself cauliflower ear as a fucking kid. I'm like, well, goddamn, dude, I'm going to tell you look like a fucking badass. So, yeah, speaking of big fucking ears, I don't know why I need to tell that story, but just understand, I'm trying to be a better person every day, you know? So I should probably stop making fun of your big fucking ears.
It's hard to imagine why anyone would want to throw a beer bomb.
What are you eating? That's my dad, though. Fuck that guy. So what, are you English too?
Yeah, what's up with you waking up and just deciding to roast English people today?
Oh, no. I mean, because you guys are, I mean, here's the thing. I like Bisbing, but, like, you know, like, you guys are kind of like, you know, you guys are kind of, like, as a country, you guys are kind of, like, disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
I mean, America is disappointing, but again, you know, I mean, I didn't bring my gun today, so, I was going to, but then I thought I got to go to photos after this, and if my gun falls out, and I'm going to be like, I don't know how the UFC's going to feel about that. So I feel really fucking naked right now. I feel like a fucking jihadi could just come running through his door and fucking kill us all. And you motherfuckers, you English fucks don't have guns. So, like, here I am, the American that's always like, hey, I have a gun on me all the time. I'm the one that's supposed to step up, and now I don't got my fucking gun. So it's like, it's very depressing.
You thinking that you have to save the day is the most American thing I've ever heard in my life.
Hey, listen, we delivered freedom to Afghanistan, Iraq. Now we're doing a fucking Ukraine, you lucky motherfuckers. What? How many billions of dollars went to that? Yeah, you grateful bastards.
Just changing the pace a little bit. Is it better to give or receive at Christmas?
Yeah, this fucking guy. Man, I would like to think that I'm more of a giver. Maybe in both aspects. But then there's some people that give really great gifts. So then you just got to sit back and enjoy the moment.
And just a serious one. With the holidays coming up, people like me pile on weight through food and Guinness. As an athlete, have you got any pro tips to kind of lose that after Christmas?
Oh, no, I'm going to eat like a fat motherfucker. And by the way, dude, he's way more proper than you, dude. Are you lower class English?
Significantly.
Are you really? Where are you from?
I'm from the same sort of area, but he paid to go to school. I didn't.
Yeah, like you hear this fucking guy talk, like, oh man, this guy drinks fucking tea with his pinky out. You, bro, you look like you go to a fucking pub and.
No, he often calls me scum.
Oh fuck, man, that's our. Like, you're a better looking guy, very, very barely. You might get more pussy, but he is married, so I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong here. So yeah, man, fucking holidays. You're like he looks disgusted. Hey, man, I can't help the way you're born. Your fucking parents met each other and said we're gonna fuck, and here you are.
All right, thanks.
All right, here we are, guys.
Sure.
Call of Duty, Sean. Call of Duty. Oh, of course, man. No, I'm just fucking with you. I'm as happy that you fucking have a wife or a girlfriend.
Why do you roast all of the men, but you don't roast? Yeah, and he got away with it.
You know what it is? I actually, I do interviews with Smo all the time. And I was telling Smo, like, dude, like, I think I have so much, like, fucking issues with men, like daddy issues, that when I talk to men, like, there's this thing in me that wants to kill them. Like, like, there's this thing in me that's like, I want to kill these motherfuckers. And so, like, whenever I talk to men, I'm always hostile. I'm like, you fucking faggot, look at your fucking ear, you fucking weirdo, you look like you touch kids with that fucking goatee. But then, like, when I talk to women, I'm like, hey, women, like, you guys are sweet, soft. I like to put my penis in you, like, like I'm a nice guy. What do you want to ask any questions you need, Life's weird, dude. Life's fucking strange. All right, now, I want you guys to censor me. It means they get me in trouble, all right?
The whole fucking thing?
Sean, have you been around Moses lately?
Moses Marietta? No, I haven't seen it a lot. I came up for sparring. He was going on, like, he was leaving the, like, he was going on some hiking.
He's one of my best friends.
Oh, I love Moses. He's such a solid.
Yeah, we telephoned for Vegas. He sleep on my couch.
Yeah, he's such a solid.
Yeah.
Sucks to just bring people in and I didn't have my stream up and running. That shit drives me batty. Batty.
Oscar, are you starting all over, or you just want to touch?
Just want to show.
What? Just want to touch?
I just want to show.
Yeah, no, I know. It's fine.
It's like I didn't even get a question out, and you was already saying that by years. But it felt like that does still be an element of truth.
Yeah.
It's a shame to not get that one.
What, him?
Well, no, just saying about his dad, and that's why he's kind of like hostile more towards men.
Makes sense.
I definitely do.
Yeah. Like it was probably the most honest thing he'd said in the last half an hour.
Yes, he went too wild. Have you been with him? Have you done that before?
I haven't spoken to him before, but
was almost like, where's your boyfriend? I was almost like, hey. I was like, I don't want to give him too much because we have the same, we're almost dressed, same color scheme.
No, it's fine. To be honest, when I was like, oh, my boyfriend didn't give me head once, I was like, why did I say that?
Yeah, I can't believe you said that.
Yeah, that was probably the most Bill Billy press conference.
You said the most shocking thing on here.
No, you said,
shots to the face.
yeah, shots to the face. That's a fucking classic.
Although that could get lost from the back of the room.
Yeah. See, I was wishing that the interview would come like midday, because now it's just a letdown now. Everything else is really
Part of it would be good.
Yeah, but not like.
You just have to change the tone of it. Yes, just like adjust.
But after Bobby, it's all down.
Digging that outfit.
Amy, you
I like it.
If you want to. No, you go. You go. Go, Austin.
I've been chastised. I've been villainized. I've been any more of those knives I can come up with. They didn't give them to me. Scrutinized. They're talking about this and that. Drugs. I fought everybody. I think maybe 2 people with more than 30 days. There's no way I could be on drugs. Don't play with my name. I'm not that guy. If you think that I would play with my public, I've never lied to none of my public, ever. I don't tell lies. Only lies I tell is to the woman I lay with, because she can't deal with the truth. Besides her, I don't tell no lies. I don't tell no lies to my homies, and I definitely don't lie to my public. So, with that being said, because that's the #1 question everybody keeps asking me is about some fucking drugs. I am not TJ. I am not that one. Don't play with me, okay? And so, I fucked up. I have to admit that. I don't pay attention to fucking drugs. I'm not watching on who's doing what and blah, blah, blah. I hear the stories like, yeah, so I know to stay away from GNC. Cool. Stay away from GNC. I'm going to stay away from that spot. But I had no idea that you could find something at Walmart that was not behind the counters, not anything that I had to ask a doctor or ask someone for. No, the same thing that a kid could go get right out or go steal. It's right there in the vitamin section. It's vitamin A, vitamin C, and this other thing right there said DHEA. I don't know what that was, but I was watching these videos with this guy named Dr. Eric Berg. Look him up on YouTube, and he's all about health, And so I'm getting old, guys. To be this consistent, to be this great, I got to start doing some things. And not no drugs, okay? I will never, ever play with you. I'm all about health, okay? If that means I can clean my liver, clean my kidneys, maybe remove some plaque out of my arteries, I'm all for it to help me keep going. But besides that, stop playing with me. I don't do anything like this, guys. I would never play with it. I would never, ever play with anybody like that in this sport. So don't confuse me with those guys. Now that that's done, I'm done talking about that. Because last thing, I got 6 months. The lowest suspension that USADA could give me. Because why? First of all, they haven't even showed scientifically that it could diminish your blah, 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 or give you this or give you that. They haven't proven that scientifically. I was open. Hey, this is what I do. This is what I got. Hey, that right there? I didn't even know that was banned substance. Oh, fuck, I fucked up. All right, I'll take my hits, okay? I'll take it on it. I did it. I fucked up, guys. It's on me. But besides that, I'm an open book, okay? I opened up my cabinet and show you exactly what I do. I don't have no lies. So now, anything else?
So I was going to say, first of all, I believe it was a mistake. I don't believe you're a cheater because I remember you saying how little you viewed those guys who do cheat before this whole thing happened. But I'm curious, when they phoned you to say, hey, this has happened, what sort of mindfuck is that for you to get that phone call?
Bro, it was a week before my fight. I broke down crying. You know how hard I worked? You know how hard I worked to get to this one point? To get to this one point where a black man like me, all I wanted in life was to have a home that nobody could take from me. I've been in foster care all my life, okay? Since I was a little boy, I never had no mom, no dad, nobody to come back and save me, nobody to come get me. No, it was me, and I had to go do this with my talent. I started wrestling as a little kid. I didn't even know what wrestling was. I thought it was WWE. I started at 14 when guys started at 7, 8, 6. Still was a great wrestler, okay? I did the fighting thing. I I built these things on my own, okay? Nobody came and gave me $1. I had to build this my own. I would never cheat anybody. So, keep going.
So I'm saying, what was it like when they phoned you to tell you that? Like,
It was heartbreaking, bro. It was fucked up, okay? But again, who can you blame but yourself, kid? You didn't do enough research, and that's what everybody tells me. You're an idiot. You know, I got guys call me a cheater like fucking Kevin Holland. You know, I'm a cheater. I'm a blah, blah, blah. What? Kevin, I'm you. I'm you 10 years from now. Listen, I was gone for 6 months, okay? What's the average of fighter fights? 2, maybe 3? This is going to be my 3rd fight of the year. I'm still, and I was gone 6 months. Stupid. Stop playing with me. I can do this all day with you guys. And I'm 13, 14 years in the game. Let me see you be this consistent. Let me see you be this consistent 12, 13 years down the line. You done been through generation after generation doing this. I done fought the who's who. Fizef, that guy, in them, bring them, I'll take them all. Short notice, hey, this, I'll do it, cool. I'm the company guy. I've done that every time to put this company forward. I sweat my blood, tears, and everything to do this sport. So the fact that anybody would try to challenge what I've done or what, no, I've proven it too many times. All my fights have been under 30 days. How could I do drugs? It doesn't make sense.
now it's behind you, or at least it's over. How relieving is it to be able to be here today and be like, fuck, I'm finally fighting this weekend, I'm back?
Some people were saying I was cut. I got dropped from the roster. Surprise, I'm still here. I ain't going nowhere unless I choose to go. So at the end of the day, it don't matter how it feels or all those feelings. I'm a man. I don't got no choice about how it feels. I got work to do, okay? And that's all I focus on, the work. I'll let y'all do the talking, and I'll do the fighting. That's it. Go ahead and talk about this and talk about that, blah, blah, blah. Cool. I'll do the fighting. Let my fighting speak. And since day one, since I got in this sport, the first fight, Dana White said, if you want to get in the UFC, you got to fight like Bobby Green. Look it up. And ever since then, I've been keeping that same energy year after year after year. And ain't nothing going to change but the day. You can go in there and you can bet that I'm going to do the same things I've been doing. Right now, I'm the number one, not number two, not number three. Number one guy for hitting these guys. Number one for landing. That means that when you fight me, you're going to get hit. You're going to get hit a lot. Okay? And I'm going to extend that record and so nobody gets close to me. Wait till I'm done.
I just was curious, what was the most difficult part of that 6 months? Was it not being able to fight? Was it people, talking bad about you? Was it the uncertainty? What was it that was the hardest?
I think it was like having to tell my son that he couldn't come to the fight. This is the first time I invited one of my sons, my oldest. Like, okay, you're old enough now, you're 14. I want you to come and be a part of this. I'm going to bring him around in my corner, and I wanted them to be more. And it turned out he couldn't be in the corner until he was 18. So, all right, well, you're going to take a seat in the back. But I wanted him to be more a part of this. Hey, this is what your daddy does, So I think that was the most heartbreaking part, was to tell your kid, like, hey, you're not going to be able to go to this fight. I know I had you, and we were planning this, but your daddy got popped for drugs. And they're like, what? Wait a minute, let me explain this to him. Like, I don't do drugs, kid. I know, Pop. It's just something happened. So I think that was the hardest part, to tell all my friends and family. Every time I got on the phone, I just broke down and cried, because they spent so much of their hard-earned money and the tickets and the planes and the blah, blah, blah. I just broke down every time, I failed you. I failed the public. I failed my fans. So that was the biggest part for me, was the failure of, especially after doing the Islam thing. Everybody thinks about your last fight. Whatever you did the last fight, that's what they think of you as. So I have to go wash the taste out of this mouth that was on 10 days' notice. I just still had sore knuckles and shins from my last fight that went the whole distance, and I punched the shit out of that guy. Now you guys want me to jump in here 10 days later after being on vacation, smoking my ass off, and now you're like, hey, jump back down the weight and do this again. Fuck it, I'll do it. The company needs it, I'll do it. Cool. But I'm not going to leave that taste in there. So I'm thinking now, I get to show you who I really am. That Islam fight was that. And here I am again with another, So sometimes it's my luck, I guess, I got two fuck yous.
Do you feel like this makes you more dangerous to go in? now that you've got like a little bit of something to prove more than just a fight?
More dangerous? I don't know about that, sweetie. I don't know how to, I don't know about, like y'all keep asking me about these feelings. Listen, I'm a broke kid that came from nowhere, okay? No mom, no dad, we don't get to address your feelings. Everybody like, how did you do that? I never had no time to think about my feelings. I don't know how to feel. Like, yeah, I could say, oh yeah, I cried, yeah, and that was part of a feeling. But I don't really have time to think about the feelings. I went right back to work and figured, hey, I'm gonna make some money now that I didn't get this fight. Those are more my worries. How am I gonna support my kids? I'm gonna do these things more so than worry about my feelings. I got work to do.
And I guess then, putting feelings aside, what kind of fight are you predicting this weekend?
This fight I'm predicting with Drew, I'm expecting to school him, you know? Great guy, okay? Great guy. And I have nothing against Drew, but he's about to get schooled. I'm sorry. I just see some things in there that, oh, you move like that, you do that. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Now check this out. I'm going to do this, you know? You ain't learned this part yet. Oh, I'm going to do this, you know? I'm finna show him some shit he ain't never seen. That's the cool thing about me is like, when I fought Clay, I was like, man, I'm going to show him something he's never seen. He's fought everybody. Let me show him something he's never got to see. I'm going to do the same with Drew.
Thank you.
Hey, Bobby. Is the fight with Jim Miller just cursed? You were supposed to fight him in 2014, last year, this year. Like, is it cursed?
I blew my knee out one time getting ready to fight him. I passed out after making weight getting ready to fight him. And now the last one has this. It's like, I'm like, does God protecting this guy? Does God not want me to touch him? You know? Is this guy blessed? I'm so afraid of Drew. I mean, I'm so afraid of him, you know, Jim. I'm so afraid of him. Like, God don't want me to touch you for some reason. I'm scared to fight that guy now. Like, and I'm thinking about maybe in UFC 300, we'll do it. But I'm so scared that, I ain't gonna lie, I'm a little nervous, you know?
For sure. And then today is actually the 9-year anniversary to the day of your win over Pat Healy, which was another short notice fight. I just want to know if there was anything leading up to that fight you could share.
Man, I was hanging out with Nate Diaz right before his last fight, you know, and we were talking, and you know, somebody get brought up. Oh, Clay Guida. Oh, I beat that guy on like 3 weeks' notice. Oh, yeah, Josh Thompson, they brought up Thompson. I'm like, oh, yeah, I beat that guy on like 2 weeks' notice. They're like, what? And then I'm like, they brought up Alec King. I was like, yeah, I knocked that guy out, you know? Like, what? Like, they didn't know. I'm like, and then Nate told me this. Every time I get to chill with Nate, I soak up every minute around him. He always says some really dope-ass diamonds he drops for me, you know? And he's like, tell your story. Nobody will know. If you don't tell your story, no one will know. They're gonna tell it for you, you know? And they're gonna say, oh, you're a journeyman. Oh, you're a gatekeeper. Oh, he's this. Oh, he's that. No, tell your story. My story is, I've been stepping up here and doing the same thing consistently, giving fights a night. I done won so many fights of the nights and blah, blah, blahs, because this is what I do, guys. I don't know how somebody called me boring. It's like, what? Stop.
I know you said like most of your fights have been on super short notice, but your last one with Islam was super short notice. Like, how difficult was that getting the weight down? Like, what was the mindset? Was it just like, fuck it, I'm going in no matter what? Like,
I think the hardest part about that sure was like the media. You know, not only I got to focus for my fight and I got to get this certain time in. The media keeps trying to film and, hey, can you stop and can you talk about this? Can you do this? And can we get you to do this and do? Bro, I got to train for this fight and I'm trying to get this stuff crammed in. I spent more media time with these guys following me around and blah, blah, blah. I think that was the issue that I like had to realize for the bigger guys. Oh, okay. It comes with a lot of media and you need to be ready for that part.
I mean, this might be dumb, but he got a title shot off of beating you. So, I mean,
everybody gets a title shot off of beating me. Everybody does. Fizeps is up next for a title shot. I'm like, what? These guys, everybody, I guess I'm that guy, you know? I'm that guy.
Were you, I guess, impressed with his win over Charles Oliveira?
Oh, yeah, he does his thing, you know? Gosh, I don't know if I should do this.
Do it.
But I'm so real. I'm the realest, okay? I was fucking around on my YouTube, right? And I found this little video, and it said Islam had a little trouble with drugs. but I don't see people talking about him. And so he was saying when he first came over that his school that he trained at in Russia, they just gave him vitamins, you know? They've been doing this since who knows when you start training. Imagine if you gave someone steroids from the age of 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, how strong you would be. People are like he was really strong. It makes sense now. There's two people that I moved around with. I'm not going to say their names, but I was like, that's interesting. I moved with thousands of guys. That was interesting. I told my coach the same thing. There was something interesting about Islam, and I felt it. I'm like, it's just not human. It makes sense. If I could do drugs, like, because our countries are different. Russia's been banned for the Olympics, you know. Their country's a little bit more okay with the drug use. We're under strenuous drug stuff over here. There, it's a little bit different. They're behind their fighters. They want them to be stronger. They want them to be more manly. Over here, we don't. And it's just what it is. But imagine if I could do that. I would kill everybody, you know? And so it makes sense to me. Now, I wonder why those Dagestanians were winning so much. They've been bred to do this. That's why I could train a 9-year-old against a bear. We've been doing this stuff since kids. They've been bred to be better than us. I'm sorry. So they're going to win. It's just what it is. We're a little too pussyfied over here, you know? We can't do that. You can't do that. Those other countries are trying to do it. And that's why they're having so much more success.
Hey, did you enjoy seeing Sean Strickland just now? It looked like you did.
Where? He here? He's here? Where? Sean Strickland. I thought you said Sean O'Malley. I thought you said Sean O'Malley. I was going to say. Nah. Sean's my boy. Me and Sean grew up as kids together. You know, we trained together. I was a 55er. He was an 85er. And I used to have to go train with this kid. Fucking crazy. You see the videos he puts out punching guys like that? He tried to do that to me too. Not me. I used to beat that kid up, you know? I gave him a concussion. He gave me a concussion. We used to go to war together, you know? So I'm really happy for his success. Always fuck with him. I pick with him whenever I can. I'm just a little guy in the crew. Like, all the big homies, they were all bigger than me. I was the only 55er. I had Lorenz Larkin. I had Sean Strickland. I had another guy named Johnny Bravo. These guys are all 205ers, 185ers. I was a little guy in the crew, but I used to beat up on these guys, and they beat back up on me, and I still had to compete with them. They were all bigger than me. So I'll pick at them, I'll fuck with them every once in a while.
Strickland told us that he thinks you're crazy. So what's it like to be the one who Strickland...
He realized I'm crazier than him.
Yeah.
And he realized I'm crazier than him. I didn't prove it. As a matter of fact, he stole my style. Oh, you know all that mouth? You know all that mouth that he does that y'all talk about? We used to do that in the gym. And he got so pissed off at me because I was doing that mouth. And now I'm like, bro, you took my swag. You took my style. You used to be mad. He used to try to kill me in the gym. We didn't got in fights because your mouth, you know? And I'm not even saying nothing like disrespectful. I'm just like, oh, nope, you missed. Yeah, you know? And he don't like that. Now look at this guy. He's stealing my swag.
Well, he came out here and roasted us all for about half an hour. So have we got you to blame for that?
Oh, yeah? Sean is a fucking character, bro. There's nobody like that guy. Man, he was my arch nemesis for a second when we were first coming up. And then finally I just understood he's just who he is, and you got to understand his character, and that's it, you know? But he's a good dude.
With the holidays coming up, what's the best and worst things about Christmas for you?
I haven't done no Christmas shopping. My kids are looking at me like, what I'm getting for Christmas, Daddy? So I got to go home and do some emergency Christmas shopping. I'm just going to take them to the store and say, get whatever the fuck you want, you know? Get it all, get whatever, you know?
For someone like me, I like to, I eat a lot and drink a lot over Christmas. As an athlete, have you got one pro tip for post-Christmas, weight loss, fitness ambitions?
I don't know if I should say it. But I'm probably I do what I do, brother. I'm going to have a smoke, I'm going to have a smoke. Some guys drink. Some guys do drugs. I smoke weed, I'll go back and think about everything that happened in the fight, sit back and suck it all in, have a smoke, and then come back and maybe do it in February against Dan Hooker.
Why do you still smoke when there's edibles around?
It ain't the same. First of all, you can OD over edibles, okay? And if I was doing edibles, I'd probably OD because I smoked that much, I smoke any fighter under the table. Anyone. You put them up to the test, I'll smoke you under the table.
What about journalists?
Journalists?
You think you can smoke journalists under the table?
Let's go. Who wants a battle?
I'll give it a go.
Okay. First of all, I don't smoke bongs. pipes or any of that stuff. You got to smoke a backwood. You know what a backwood is? I smoke only cigars, and they're huge cigars. And I'm going to put at least 3.5 in the fucking blunt. And I'm going to smoke probably 15 of those at least.
Over how much time?
I'll wake up and smoke 2 of them, so I'm already going to beat you there. You're going to be like, I'm good, bro. And then I'm like, oh, man, we're going to go eat. And then I'm saying we got to smoke after we eat. And after that, we got to smoke again before training. Bro, you'll be done after 4. Then you're already in smoke 15 grams in a matter of hours?
I think
2 hours, 3 hours?
If I was training with you, it'd be the training that would do me in, not the smoking.
Man.
Are you going to get to have your son here for this fight?
No, sir. This Apex is small. Excuse me. This Apex is small. I just came for business, guys. I didn't invite anybody. I didn't want on. Like, right now, I felt like I was getting this point where every time I did a show, the crowd was going crazy for me. I was like, what? And the next show I did, it went crazy for me. I'm like, I'm not even from here. They going after my name. What's up? Okay, good. That's dope. So I feel like I was getting this new buzz. I'm feeding off of that. Then you guys put me in the Apex with Islam and try to kill me. All right, whatever. Now I'm back in the Apex again where I can't get that buzz again. It is what it is. I came for business. I'm going to go out there. I'm not even going to do my jump in the cage or none of that. It's business. I came in, business. When we get back to the show, when y'all put me in front of crowds, then I'll do my show.
I was going to say, I know on the way up, you've always been doing this for yourself to make a better life for yourself and a better life for your family. When did that first moment happen when the crowd, you started hearing that chanting, and what does that do for you now that you got these people that are enamored with your story and your path?
Man, when I hear that crowd, it's like I go into another place, you know? I don't care how I feel. I don't know where I'm going through, how tired I am. If I hear that crowd, I'm going to go fucking nuts. It's just my thing. This is what it is. So I really want to get back to them crowds. I figure I could go take Dan Hooker and his home crowd and win them over, you know?
That'd be a fun one. Well, speaking of that, I mean, looking at this fight, I mean, does this fight immediately either have, in your eyes, the fight of the night candidate, or would you rather this be more of those performance of the night bonus?
When you say that, people think it like, oh, if I said fight of the night versus performance means that I didn't get beat up, you know? And then when you say fight of the night, it says, you guys were standing there rock'em sock'em robot and both of you are beat up, you know? I say it's going to be a bit of both, you know? I come for carnage. I come to fight. I come to, hey, right in your face, what's up? Let's go, you know? Let's go. You bring your shit, I'll bring my shit, and let's just throw them, you know? But I think that a lot of people you don't realize it is that it's a beautiful dance. It's a beautiful thing that's happening. I'm in control. I know exactly what's happening. I know where the punches are going in these crazy fights, you know? Hey, I get touched. Oh, okay, you got me that one. But the other one was kind of here, and the other one was there. You missed, you know? And that's what I'm here for. I'm here to bring that. So when you say fight of the night or performance, it doesn't matter, but I just want to make sure you're clear that I'm not playing. Like, this shit is planned, okay? Every fight that I go in there, I plan to do that. And I plan to make the punch go right over there and right across there while I hit him, you know?
Are you the kind that watches tape have you seen fights of him, and do you think he's the type that's going to want to meet you in the middle and just and stand and throw down like you want to do?
I think he will, you know? But I also seen him change his mind once he started getting clipped. He said, hey, I better start shooting too. So I'm expecting both. I came ready for whatever he's going to do. I can also take him down. Guys, I can wrestle. I just choose not to. It's not what the fans want to see. But at any given time, I could take him down. If I wanted to, I'll just shoot in and take him down. I could clinch him. I could run top game and be running the Khabibs, you know? But that's not exactly what you guys want to see. You guys want to see some poetry. And that's what my style is, poetry in motion.
And I guess kind of going off with that, I guess, what are the keys to the victory? What needs to happen to make sure that you get your arm raised at the end of the night?
What's the keys to victory? I can't tell you all that. I got haters watching, you know? I can't tell you the keys to victory. The point is, I'm going to get the victory. That's all I know, you know? I got a lot of things that I couldn't even explain if I told you. Like you wouldn't even understand it because you don't understand fighting to the highest level, you know? And so I could say, it's going to be this with the timing. It's going to be this with that. And you're like, oh, he said something about timing, but do you truly know what I mean, you know, by breaking rhythm? Do I mean by changing this and moving that? And you wouldn't understand. So at the end of the day, I just know I'm going to get that victory.
That's awesome. Best of luck on Saturday.
good? Oh. Yeah, I look good, don't I? Thank you, love.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, love.
I can start Julian if you want. Julian Erosa. You see my text, Kenny?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, right. All good. Julian,
Hey, what's up, brother? How are you?
good man. How are you feeling?
Fantastic.
Man, so it's been 4 months since your big win at UFC 279.
Yeah.
It's kind of like look back at that, man. Like that was a huge win. You went out there, you shut Hakeem up. He was talking a lot of trash. It was probably your biggest win of your career. Would you say?
Yeah, for sure. And I honestly, I had no idea he was like kind of talking down about my striking because I don't really follow people's like interviews, but people sent it to me, and then even afterwards, I checked out what he had said, and so, during it, I didn't know he was talking like that, but I think he overlooked me, and he paid the price for it.
And just it's been a wild ride, right? So far, like I think with the win on Saturday, it's going to be even crazier because you'll get in those rankings. But I don't know if people realize or even remember, like you were cut from the UFC twice, and then you fought your way back, and now you're on a brink of a top 15 spot. Like, just how's it all feel?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Obviously, I was on the Ultimate Fighter back in 2016, which seems like a lifetime ago, and did really well in there. And then got cut from the UFC after my first loss in the UFC, and then got re-signed and had 3 losses in a row, and then really had to try to pick the pieces up and figure out what I was going to do next. And luckily for me, the pandemic hit, and I was able to get a short notice fight, and I really was able to take advantage of that. And so I'm just happy with how it's turned out, and just happy that I've been able to perform how I know I can.
What's changed?
Just that mindset. Previously I thought, early on in the UFC, that I needed to be spectacular and impress people. I'm in the UFC now, I got to really impress the UFC to make sure they want to keep me around. But the problem with trying to impress people is you might be a little more risky, and then if you're not winning fights, you're not going to keep your job anyway. So you got to there's kind of a fine line between being an exciting fighter, but also winning fights and, putting a streak together like I have. And so I think that's been more, just taking the pressure off my shoulders on trying to be spectacular and just go out there and fight.
GCJ versus Bruce Leroy. On paper, it's a fantastic fight. What do you think of the matchup?
Oh, it's fantastic, and that's, I've been asking for this fight for a while, mainly because I think it's just a fun one. He likes to stand and trade, and he's very creative on the feet, and I feel like I'm pretty unorthodox on the feet as well, and we're both decent grapplers as well. So I feel like anywhere this fight takes place, there will be no stagnant time. It's going to be all action for 15 minutes or until someone gets finished.
I mean, you have been asking for this fight for a minute now. Were you surprised that you got it?
I'm not really surprised about anything. Sometimes you ask for something and it comes, and sometimes you don't ask for something and it's something you wanted and it comes anyway. So, I just figured it'd be a good matchup after my last win, and he lost his last fight, so I feel like we're kind of hovering around that same area. So it'll be kind of the guy who wins this kind of hits that 15 spot maybe.
And then finally for me, Extreme Couture, big fight or big weekend this weekend.
Yes.
How does it feel to go to war with your gym?
Yeah, it's nice to have people on the card that I see in the gym every day training hard and working their butts off, and everybody that's on the card, and most fighters that are in the UFC are really nice people. So you get to know these people and you want them to win as well. And last time Strickland was the main event is when I fought Peterson, and it worked out great for us that night. And so I feel like having a repeat would be amazing as well.
Awesome, man. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Hey, with the holidays coming up, some people, like myself, gain weight through food and drink. Have you got any pro tips as an athlete of how to lose that after Christmas?
Oh man, I just just train my ass off. Really, I mean, you just gotta work it off. And honestly, like for me, I don't necessarily have to worry about my weight if I'm training really hard. But if I'm not training, so after fights, it's difficult, especially in the holidays because you have all the good stuff to eat. And so if if I'm not training after this fight and I'm eating like crap, then I'll gain a lot of weight. So it's always you got to stick with one of them. You got to either diet really well or you got to exercise. So or if you're really trying to burn it, do both.
Bobby Green was just in here and he suggested smoking a blunt for breakfast. Is that something you'd recommend too?
I mean, to each his own. I'm not a heavy weed smoker. From time to time I will, but I don't know. I feel like that would get you more hungry.
Yeah, that's what I was.
For me right now, obviously, I'm just drinking a bunch of water and keeping my calories low to lose the weight. So maybe just drink a lot of water.
Thank you.
Of course.
Alex has such a unique sort of awkward striking style at times. Did you bring anybody in particular to try to help prepare for that in training camp? And how do you emulate that and prepare for that?
Yeah, it's hard to really emulate anybody specifically, but you got to get guys that are like, decently good looks for you. And Adam Frank and my buddy Yaz, both those guys train at 10th Planet, and they're both like tricky southpaws who have good grappling as well. So I use both of them for my sparring, and I think they gave me really good looks. I think both of them in their own right have better aspects of MMA than even Caceres himself. So I don't think there's anything that Caceres is going to show me in there that I haven't seen. But then again, you don't know until you're in the cage area with him. Like, even my last fight with Dober, he thought his striking was, way above mine. But he doesn't know until I'm in there with him. And then I kind of surprised him. So I don't look past anything Caceres has, but I feel like I've covered all my bases.
And like you said, both of you have good stand-up skills. You got both good ground game. Do you think the difference in this fight is going to be a matter of if one of you is able to get it to the ground? Do you think that's going to be the difference, or do you think you can see it ending standing?
Honestly, I feel like if we go to the ground, I think I'll have the advantage. But I feel like I should have the advantage everywhere as well. You want to be confident going into these fights. But like I said, you don't know until you're in there. I could go in there and he could touch me on my chin and I could fall over, even though I've never seen him really one punch knock somebody out. And I don't feel like he will have the ability to submit me, but I could go in there. You can submit me in a minute, so you don't know until you're really in there. So, but like I said, I feel like I've covered all my bases and I'm prepared for everything.
And kind of what Alex was touching off, you're coming on here with a nice little win streak going on. What's been sort of the secret to success, or is there a secret, or is it just hard work?
Obviously hard work and trusting and believing in the process is good, but. Like I said earlier, when I first got in the UFC, I felt like I had something to prove. I felt like I was fighting different because of it. When I was on the regional scene, even in the Ultimate Fighter, I was real young and naive and just fought. I just went in there and fought, and I performed really well because of that. I didn't really put any expectations on my fighting ability. And then once I got in the UFC, originally I was like, I have to be good. I got to get submissions, I got to get knockouts, I got to be exciting. And then that kind of took over, and I was worried about unnecessary variables, and so now I go in there and fight. And obviously being kind of a fan favorite and getting on this win streak, I really have nothing to prove. People have seen what I can do, and so I just go in there and fight, and I feel like I'm a bit more relaxed there now.
And that kind of answers sort of the next question, but keys to the victory. What needs to happen to make sure that you get your arms raised on Saturday?
Yeah, just focusing on what I've been working on. Just go in there with a clear mind. Being cool, calm, and collected, and just fight like I know I can, and I should be able to beat anybody on any given night.
Best of luck on Saturday.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
knocks me on my ass. I get all awkward and like, like I don't want to talk to anybody.
I've definitely gone through that.
I used to fuck when I was a kid, man. I was like a daily smoker. Now I'm just like a shit so strong, and maybe my body's just different. I'd just rather kick some drinks.
Yeah, I was planning to drinking when I was a teenager and stuff. Oh, it leveled me out a little bit. If I didn't smoke, I went into school and messed around and get in trouble. And if I smoked it before school, I'd end up being still, not wanting to cause trouble.
Yeah, that's. You're like, I'm just gonna be quiet.
Yeah, exactly. Don't want anyone to
Don't
tell
ask
me
me
off.
any questions. Don't ask me any questions.
Yeah.
Красавец.
Well, welcome back. It's been about 6 months. What have you been up to in the last 6 months?
Добро пожаловать обратно. Уже примерно 6 месяцев прошло с последнего боя. Чем ты занимался эти последние 6 месяцев?
Ну, во-первых, после боя я немного отдыхал, провел свадьбу, женил своего братишку, наконец-то. Поэтому отдыхал, и затем, как только уже пришло понимание, что скоро будет бой, я начал готовиться, начал тренироваться.
Well, first of all, I took a little bit of time to rest and finally married off my brother. And then once I realized that there's going to be a fight coming up, then I started training.
So the 6 months break was planned. It seems like you came back at a good time for yourself, correct?
То есть эти 6 месяцев отдыха были запланированы, да? Это хорошее для тебя время сейчас вернуться.
На самом деле я хотел подраться намного чаще, но не было соперников, и мне почему-то не давали боя. Я вообще хочу выступать как можно чаще, потому что я уверен в себе, я уверен в своих навыках, и я знаю, что я могу обыграть и могу выиграть у любого соперника, поэтому я сделал несколько вызовов, я бросал несколько вызовов, и соперники молчали, и организация не дала мне бои, поэтому я переключился на отдых, но и затем, как только узнал дату и имя соперника, я начал подготовку.
To be honest, I'd like to fight much more often, but it just happened that there was no opponent for me. So I'm very much sure in my skills, I'm sure in what I can do in the octagon, and I'd like to fight more often, but there was just no opponent, and I've actually called a few opponents out, and nobody picked up my call out, and the organization wouldn't give me an opponent. So now finally, when I received news that there was going to be an opponent, at first I decided that, well, if there's no opponent, then I'm just going to take a rest. And then once I heard that the opponent was available, then I started training.
Why do you think it is that people aren't responding to your call-outs?
Почему тебе кажется, что оппоненты сливаются, не хотят принимать от тебя вызов?
Мой рекорд 24 победы. Я серьезный соперник для любого бойца в этом дивизионе, для любого оппонента я опасен. И я знаю, что я могу подобрать ключ к любому. Я готов с каждым боем прибавлять и показывать бои все лучше и лучше. Поэтому, если UFC мне представит такую возможность, и, допустим, этот бой, который будет, является для меня таким трамплином, и я готов показать себя.
My record is 24 wins, so I'm dangerous for any opponent. And if I need to, I can find a key to victory for any opponent that UFC puts in front of me. So everybody is kind of afraid. Everyone's is making sure to avoid me. And this fight for me is very important because now that the UFC is giving me such an opportunity, I can show that this fight could be a trampoline for me to make sure that my career goes forward.
Has this fight week been any different, seeing that you're the co-main event? Have you noticed any increased attention or anything like that?
Ты заметил какую-нибудь разницу между обыкновенной Fight Week неделей или между неделей, когда ты уже все главное событие? Тебе чуть-чуть больше задают вопросов, тебе чуть больше на тебя смотрят, пытаются с тобой поговорить, или все то же самое, как и обычный бой, независимо от того, это co-main event или нет?
Несколько раз было такое, что я открывал турниры в прелимах, я дрался первым. Поэтому сейчас я уверен, что многие люди увидят этот бой, увидят все главное событие, и я продемонстрирую все свои навыки. Это шанс для меня, и я уверен, что я заинтересую американских фанатов и покажу свой уровень. И для UFC это будет тоже очень неожиданно, потому что я думаю, что они недооценивают меня, и я готов им показать, что это не так. Я готов показать, что я с самыми серьезными амбициями и самыми серьезными намерениями здесь.
There's been times where I've been opening the cards, that I was the very beginning of the early prelims. And honestly, I think that this fight now, this is the co-main event, this is going to give me a chance to show what I'm really worth. This is going to give me a chance to get a lot of American fans. This is going to give a chance for me to show the UFC that they have been looking over me, that I deserve much more. They'll see my skills, they'll see what I'm able to do, and I will become the fighter that will be the fighter that people like to watch.
What were your first thoughts when you got the name Arman?
Какие у тебя были первые мысли после того, как ты понял, что твоим оппонентом будет Армен?
Армана знают в Америке, и он дрался в главном бою вечера с Гамратом, поэтому он является бойцом из топ-10, поэтому мне очень интересно. Мне очень интересно с этим соперником подраться, и я готов показать свой уровень. Я уверен, что смогу выиграть у него и зайти в топ-10, возможно, в топ-5, и уже получать соперников, которые будут более интересных.
I was very interested in it right away because he's a known name in America. He's fought against Gamrot in main events. So I think that I was very interested right away. It's good for me to fight an opponent like that. I believe with the victory of an opponent like Arman, I'll be able to jump into top 10, possibly top 5. And from now on, I will get opponents that I deserve, opponents that are more interesting to me. So I'm very much happy about this fight.
And you mentioned earlier that you were able to find the key to victory for all of your last opponents. Do you have a key to victory for this one that you can share with us, or do you want to keep that a secret?
Ты сказал, что у тебя есть возможность, скорее всего, найти ключик к победе к любому оппоненту. Есть ли у тебя уже ключ к победе к этому оппоненту, и можешь ли ты поделиться этим ключом, или ты пока что хочешь его держать в секрете?
Я уверен, что моих навыков хватит на весь дивизион легкого веса.
I'm sure that my skills are good enough to beat anybody in the lightweight division.
Thank you.
Hey, bud, thanks for taking the time. The fight with Arman is fantastic, but just curious, what were some of the names that you guys were trying to negotiate with, calling out that didn't want to get into the cage with you?
Это отличный бой против Армена, но просто интересно, ты говорил, что вызывал других оппонентов, и тебе их не давали. Какие еще имена ты называл до того, как заключился контракт с Арменом?
Я вызывал на бой Тапурию, я вызывал на бой Досаниса и некоторых других спортсменов, которые не стали со мной драться.
I called for Ilya Taporia, I called for DeSantis, but there's other opponents as well, and none of them accepted the fight.
All right, thank you, sir. Well, I'm looking forward to it. It should be absolutely tremendous. Congrats on that co-main event slot, and good luck on Saturday.
Поздравляю, это будет отличный бой, мы очень ждем этого боя, это отличное для тебя событие, потому что это все главное событие, поэтому удачи и надеюсь, что все пройдет классно.
Конечно, вы увидите, как дерется казах.
Of course, you will see what Kazakh people fight like.
Thank you.
Buenos días. Some people, ¿cómo estamos? Some people are caught up on their 90-day fiancé stuff. So I know my 90-day fiancé. I like the chantel. I like the chantel. I like the chantel. I really like the chantel. Coach, you guys ready?
No idea.
Oh wow. She watches 90-day fiancé.
Ask him if he watches 90 Day Fiancé.
Você já viu 90 Dias para Casar? My mom watches 90 Day Fiancé, so that you know. When I go back home, she's always watching. Tem um show chamado 90 Dias para Casar. E várias brasileiras na parada. E é sempre uma pessoa aqui com uma pessoa de fora. Pode ser uma mulher, tanto faz. E é para 90 dias para fazer o processo de visto e casar. Então é só treta, é uma loucura. E virou uma febre aqui, uma febre. O pessoal fica, todo mundo fica famoso depois. Essa aqui é fã. Minha mãe fã. Não tinha a menor ideia, cara. Cheguei em casa ano passado, minha mãe, você viu 90 dias para casar? Eu falei, já, mãe. Esse é o nome aqui? Pô, completamente.
I'm gonna have to cut all of this out because I don't know what you were saying. Anyways, so it's your UFC debut. How does it feel to be here? What's fight week been like?
Tua semana de estreia no UFC. Como é que tem sido a semana diferente? Como é que é essa antecipação mesmo que curta para uma luta de estreia no UFC oficial?
Acho que desde o primeiro dia que falaram que eu ia lutar aqui, quando assinei o contrato, foram semanas de loucura, né? Tive que fazer muitas coisas, usada, contratos, tudo é muito novo para mim, mas eu tô gostando.
I think that ever since I got a call that I was going to have this fight, it's been weeks of like craziness. You have to do everything. It's just contract, USADA, everything else. But it's pretty hectic. But I'm liking it. I'm enjoying it.
Can you talk to me a little bit about when you got the call and what you thought of, and were you sure you were going to get that call, or was there any doubt that maybe that it wouldn't happen?
Você pode falar para a gente como é que foi receber essa ligação? O momento que você recebeu e você estava certo que você eventualmente receberia essa ligação ou estava começando a demorar um pouco demais?
Eu acho que eu não esperava para esse ano, mas eu sabia que eu ia chegar aqui, né? Quando o meu manager Jason mandou mensagem para mim pedindo meu visto para ver se eu poderia lutar, e quando ele falou que sim, fiquei sem acreditar, né? Porque foi algo foi muito rápido e eu não esperava poder lutar aqui no UFC esse ano, mas eu sabia que eu estaria aqui.
Of course, I didn't expect to fight this year. I didn't expect to get the call so quickly. I did expect that eventually it was going to happen, but not. But when my manager Jason just got the call, it was surreal, and we're obviously happy to have the opportunity to be here, but we didn't expect it. We expected the call to happen, but really didn't think it was going to fight until the end of this year.
What about when you got the name? What were your thoughts for your opponent?
E quando saiu o nome do adversário, ideia geral, como é que é a tua ideia geral em relação ao teu oponente?
Eu acho que eu fui ver quem era o meu aniversário muito depois, porque eu estava tão feliz com a notícia que eu nem vi tanto o nome dele.
I actually ended up seeing the name of my opponent a while after that, because I was so happy with the news that I was coming that I just didn't worry about it until I finally let me sit down and see who actually I'm fighting in this.
And what are your thoughts on him now that you've been able to sit down and look at him?
E agora que você já viu, sentou, analisou, estudou, qual é o pensamento gerais em relação a ele?
Saí na mão, velho, né? Eu sei que é um lutador forte, né? Tá com uma boa posição no ranking, então vai ser uma luta dura, né? Eu treinei forte, fiz uma boa estratégia para ele, então só sei que vai ser uma luta dura e eu estou preparado para isso.
Let's just get after it, bro. I mean, I understand that that's what you got to do. That's why he's up in the rankings. That's why he's well positioned. That's why he has strengths. I was able to train and to implement a good strategy for him specifically, and I do feel very prepared to actually take on this fight.
Is there any pressure knowing that it's your UFC debut and you're up on the main card?
É pressão adicional por não somente ser a tua estreia no UFC, mas também você está no card principal?
Eu estou tão feliz que eu não sinto nenhuma pressão, né? Assinei com o UFC, que era meu sonho desde criança. Vou lutar contra um top 8, também vou lutar no main card, então acho que é mais felicidade que pressão.
I am so happy that I cannot feel the pressure. I mean, I'm going to debut in the UFC, the main card against the top 8. I mean, it's so much happiness that doesn't even give weight to pressure.
And I got one more question. I think you're the only Brazilian on this card. Is there any bit of excitement that you're going to be representing your country and you'll be the sole Brazilian fighter?
Mais uma pergunta. Acho que você é o único brasileiro desse card. É uma razão especial para estar representando o país. No último evento do ano, aqui no Apex só tem um brasileiro, você.
Tudo passa por algo, então acho que Deus fez esse momento exatamente para mim e por isso estou muito feliz.
Everything happens for a reason. I think God, made this moment exactly for me, and for that I'm very happy.
Obrigada.
De nada.
Alessandro, how disappointed were you to not get the contract after your win on Dana White's Contender Series?
O quão decepcionado você ficou de não pegar exatamente o contrato durante o Contender?
Na verdade, saí muito triste, né? Porque eu fiz um camp completo, treinei muito e quando chegou o momento eu me travei, então saí triste, mas isso foi somente por alguns dias. Depois eu coloquei de novo o foco, né? Voltei a trabalhar forte, tive uma luta, tive um bom nocaute e agora eu vou lutar aqui. Estou feliz, né? O foco sigue aí aceso.
Obviously disappointed, sad because I felt that kind of pressure got to me and I locked up a little bit against my opponent during Contender Series, but that sadness only lasted a couple of days, and I was right back at it. Especially because just to backtrack a little bit, because I had such a good camp, such a complete camp for Contender Series. I felt ready for it. Then I locked up during the fight a little bit, so obviously it's frustrating. Went back at it right away. Started training immediately. Just put my mind into it. Had another fight. Had a great knockout. Here I am fighting again. So the flame is still very much alive. So just very still lit up.
Were you told after your Contender Series fight, go back, get one more win, get another knockout, and come back?
Falaram para você depois da vitória no Contender, volta lá, mais uma luta, pega uma vitória e você vai lutar com a gente?
Não foi exatamente assim, mas eu já estava pressentindo que eu tinha que lutar de novo para ter acho que uma vitória mais chamativa, né? Como foi a minha última vitória. Então passou o Contender, eu coloquei isso na minha cabeça. Passou pouco tempo, já tive outra luta e a minha ideia era isso, né? Mostrar que eu estou pronto para estar aqui.
Not exactly in those words, but I had some foreshadowing there that's what I needed to go back and maybe have a win that was more, just flashy like the win I had, and just kind of go back into it and come back here. And don't worry, I'm very ready to be here.
When you got that 12-second knockout, did you know this knockout just got me to the UFC?
Quando você conseguiu o nocaute em 12 segundos, você pensou assim, isso aqui vai ser a minha porta de entrada para o UFC?
Exatamente. Quando eu vi o nocaute, eu vi que o meu vídeo estava saindo por muitos lugares, então eu falei, eu acho que vai chegar, esse é o momento.
Exactly. When I got that knockout, I knew that the video was going everywhere, and I said, that's it. That's the moment.
And like you said, you're fighting Amir Albazi, who's ranked number 8. Were you like, was it kind of surprising that you're fighting a top 8 guy in your UFC debut?
Como você falou, você está lutando contra mim que é top 8. Você ficou surpreso de receber uma luta contra um 8, ranqueado 8 do UFC?
Um pouco, primeiro eu vi só o nome dele, depois quando eu fui ver o seu Sherdog, eu vi que ele era o 8, eu falei, caraca, esse é o melhor final de ano que eu posso ter na minha vida.
Yeah, a little bit. When first I saw his name, then I went to Sherdog, saw his record, I was like, damn. But, that's the best kind of end of the year gift that I could get, right?
You only get one UFC debut, so, fighting a tough guy like Amir, like, was there any thought about not taking the fight, or was it just like, whatever?
Você só consegue estrear uma vez na vida, em cada coisa, né? Quando você recebeu esse convite, você pensou assim, poxa, em algum momento teve alguma hesitação em pegar a luta ou não? Pegaram de vez e não é porque é ele?
É como eu falei, acho que quando meu manager falou, tu vai lutar, tipo, ele não falou, tu quer lutar, ele falou, tu vai lutar. Eu falei, beleza, eu tô pronto, vamos lá. Depois que eu fui ver quem era.
It's like as my manager told me, you're gonna fight. I was like, all right, I'm ready. We're ready to go. And then we kind of saw who it was, but I mean, no question, we were gonna fight anyway.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Alessandro. En español, si la puedes traducir después, Fabiano, en inglés para que...
Dale.
Cuéntame un poco si te dio algún consejo Alexa Grasso sobre lo que fue su debut de ella, cuando ella le tocó estar aquí. Sé que entrenan mucho juntos, cuando supo Alexa que habías firmado ya con el UFC.
The question was, did you get any advice from Alexa Grasso, given that you train with her, and how, in light of her debut and how her process was, did you get any sort of advice from her, and just for your debut when you found out that you were going to be training, since you trained with her?
No es tanto como un consejo, pero desde hace mucho tiempo Irene, Alexa, el coach también siempre me han dicho que yo estoy listo para pelear contra los mejores. Entonces sus palabras siempre me han motivado muchísimo.
Not much as an advice, that's just what I've heard from them all along, from Maria Aldana, from Alexa Grasso, from Coach Diego as well. They've always said I was ready for the big stage and I was ready for this, so I just always taken their word for it and feel ready for the fight.
Obrigado.
Just one more. As an athlete, what's your number one tip for regular people who want to lose the weight they gained over the holidays?
Mais uma pergunta festiva. Como um atleta que tem que perder peso, qual que é o seu conselho para todo mundo que vai enfiar o pé na jaca, vai comer durante as festas e vai tentar perder peso depois? Seu conselho?
Meu conselho é aproveitar o momento. Se puder comer agora, come muito.
My advice is enjoy and seize the moment. If you can eat now, just eat it up. Go for it.
What if there's a little too much seizing?
E se aproveitar demais?
Tem que assumir com as consequências.
Gotta face the consequences that you gotta do. Muito obrigado.
Ou podem contratar meu compa Jason, ele faz magia.
You can also hire Jason. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. How are you doing? How are you feeling ahead of this fight on Saturday? How's training gone?
Jak czujesz się przed walką i jak przygotowania?
Hello, I feel great. My fight camp is very good. I am ready for fight, and that's all.
Is there any part of you that's disappointed you're fighting in the Apex instead of a big crowd like last week?
Czy jakkolwiek jesteś zawiedziony tym, że bijesz się w Apexie, a nie tak jak przed tygodniem na pełnej hali dużej w arenie?
Apex is a very good place for me because it's studies fight, and in Apex is a very quiet place, and it's good.
Do you prefer this, the quiet?
Czy wolisz ciszę podczas walki?
Yeah, because my corner give me instruction, and this is very important for me.
What do you feel about your opponent is most dangerous?
Jak myślisz, w czym twój rywal jest najbardziej niebezpieczny?
Cody is very good grappler. He is similar like Duraev. I think that Cody won't take down me and submission. I must take down defense and destroy your face, my hard punches.
Nice.
You had a few opponent changes. How do you feel about this opponent as opposed to the ones you were originally scheduled with?
Mierzyłeś się już ze zmianami rywali, ale jak czujesz się przy tej zamianie z Durajewa na Cody'ego?
I think that is a good change because Cody is similar like Duraev, but I train a lot of takedown defense, submission defense. This is good change for me. I am ready.
Did you have to change anything in your camp when you got the new name, or were you able to just kind of keep going how you would have before?
Zmieniałeś coś w swoich przygotowaniach, kiedy dowiedziałeś o zmianie rywala, czy po prostu kontynuowałeś przygotowania tak, jak były?
No, my preparation for this fight is very similar, and that's all.
When you realized that Albert was out of the fight, did you get a new opponent right away, or was there a little bit of time in between that until you knew you had a new fight?
Czy gdy dowiedziałeś się, że Albert Durajew wypadł, to od razu dostałeś zastępstwo, czy musiałeś gdzieś czekać, opowiedz o kulisach tego?
UFC give me Cody, now, and that's all. Just change is very, very fast.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Test, 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 test.
It's very hard to cut these out with the black jackets on the black back.
But it is locking in, right?
Although it's a little loose. So let's see.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
Thank you, Amy.
Let's see if it's party girl, huh?
Test, 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 test.
There you go. Sweet. Cool. Yay! That'll work.
What have you been doing for audio for the last 6 hours? Just
many as you want.
Everyone ready?
Go for it.
Hey, Jared, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Stuff. Sean Strickland's an interesting character, but when it comes to his fight style and stuff, what exactly are you expecting from him on Saturday?
I'm expecting him to, I know he wants to get in my face. He says he wants to go to the center of the octagon, stand there and duke it out. I expect him to, same old Sean Strickland, put the pressure on, try to walk me down, stick his jab in my face, a couple of kicks, maybe get his right hand off. That's what I expect him to try to do. We've got answers for those attempts, and if he doesn't want to do any of that, I'll be more than happy to lead the dance.
In a way, does that not play into your hands, right? Because if you look at his fight with Pereira hits hard, you hit hard, there's comparisons there. If he comes forward and plods forward like that, you know right away that you can hit him and potentially knock him out.
No, absolutely. That's the name of the game. You know, when we close the distance, there's opportunity to get hit. He closes the distance more, what's the word? He does it more often than most, right? He's sometimes may even seem stubborn in his forward pressure. But no, he's a smart fighter. It's not just all forward. You know, he'll move and he avoids punches and stuff like that. So I'm expecting a good challenge out of him.
Obviously, him as a person is kind of unique, right? He was up here for half an hour calling us all sorts of names. Are you expecting him to sort of play around in the cage, maybe talk some shit or anything like that? Or does that just not even cross your mind at all?
I mean, if he's doing that, then I'm not doing my job well enough. You know, I'm not putting the pressure on him to make him, you know, focus more on the fight as opposed to focus on talking crap and taking me out of my element. So, no, I think he'll have his hands full, a little full to be talking some crap. And if he is talking crap, good on him.
Is there an opportunity in this fight, right? Because the champions just changed hands and obviously they'll rematch. But if Alex wins that fight and you win this one, you've got as good a claim as any in the division to get a shot at the new champion.
I suppose so. Me, Robert Whittaker is up there, and I'm sure the rematch between Israel and Alex is up there as well. So, yeah, I'm right there. So a good old-fashioned ass whooping Saturday night, put my name right there in the mix.
Who do you fancy in that rematch between Israel and Alex?
It doesn't matter, right? We see how it went the first time, right? It could be written in the stars that Izzy may never beat him. You know, it could be written in the stars, you know, because I thought he was winning that fight. And I think the same thing happened in their fight in kickboxing. He was scoring and winning, and he got caught, right? So it's the nature of the beast, I guess. There's not much you can do to avoid that sort of thing. Just be a little bit sharper, a little bit better, you know, more evasive maybe. Who knows? How do I see the rematch going? I don't know, man. Who knows how that rematch goes?
Do you believe in that sort of stuff where, like, there are some guys who just have your number and no matter how many times you fight, you won't beat them, or no, you don't?
No, I didn't say it I didn't mean it like that when I said that. I meant it like, it's crazy that he lost the fight the way he lost the fight. It's unfortunate. He was winning that fight. You know, a few more minutes, he would have retained the title and wiped the slate, well, essentially cleared the slate of the past and all that bullcrap that we keep bringing up. But no, that's not. I'm not saying that Alex beats Israel every time. By no means. No man beats no man every time. That's not what we do here. You know, especially at this level. We're all good. We're all great. We're all trying to be the best. But it's not a static status that we can have. We're not just the best and now I'm the best forever. It doesn't matter what happens in the future. No, there's ebbs and flow to this. So you're good one day, somebody else is going to be better than you the next.
Hey, Jared. What did you think of the Izzy versus Pereira stoppage?
I can see the logic in both rationales, you know. It's a championship fight. Let him go out on this shield on one hand. And on the other hand, you know, he seemed compromised. He was definitely hurt against the fence. Alex had to do was raise a knee or a shin to really do some lasting damage, right? The ref is there to protect the fighters. It could be taken many different ways. People say that he wasn't defending himself, but Israel doesn't necessarily run with a high and tight guard. You know, he moves his head, he uses head movement and footwork. And that's what he was doing. That's what it seemed like he was doing. He took that shot, that last hook, and then he started to swing his head to the other side. So he was still in motion. I think he was still coherent in the process of recovery. He could have made it through that. Or he could have taken another big shot and, you know, he would have had a longer suspension and maybe some scarring on his brain tissue. But to be honest, I don't pick one option over the other, one opinion over the other. I just understand them both.
I wanted to go back to UFC 276, man. What were the emotions like after that fight?
Well, naturally, disappointment right after the fight. I'd like to say it gets easier, but it doesn't. You know, I went back to the locker room and shed a few tears, and then that was it. You know, received condolences from, you know, fans and friends and family and things like that. But essentially, on the way home from the arena, I was over it. You know, I was ready to move on and get better, learn from the experience. It still sucked. You know, the sting is still there, but I don't necessarily focus on the negative. It's all about the positive.
It seemed like you wanted to get right back to work. Like, you had this fight booked quickly, and you were supposed to fight a couple months ago. Like, were you just ready to kind of like get over that loss and get back to the win column like as quick as you can?
Well, a lot of times guys fight for the title and they're off for a long time. You know, I don't know what they're doing, if they're just enjoying the big payday or what. I don't know. For me, that's not what I want. I don't like long layoffs. 2020, 2021, I had long layoffs due to injuries. Earlier in my career, I had to have layoffs due to due to work, my other job that I had. So, and I'm no spring chicken. So I'm not getting any younger. Not to say that I'm getting older. I am getting better, but the fact remains that we can't do this forever. So I'm trying to get as much out of it as I can, getting that title, 16 red rubies on that belt, my name branded in history.
What lessons did you take from your loss to Israel?
I tend to wait a bit, you know. I tend to allow my opponents to go first to try to capitalize, counterintuitive or intercepting them. So that's one thing I've been working on, upping my output, you know, increasing my numbers. I have low punch counts in my fights. Not to say that's a bad thing. That's all that I need to get the job done, you know. I'm very accurate in my approach, but I need to do more, especially in that fight against Israel. It's apparent that I needed to do more. So it doesn't take a rocket science to watch that fight and figure that out, especially when I go and relive it and re-experience it all over again. There's so many frustrations that come up and things that I've continued to work on. So, yeah.
Did you see the backlash that he got from the fight? Like, he won the fight, retained his title, but he got backlash and everybody shit on him.
Yeah, everybody shit on him. And I don't think he deserved that, you know. He did exactly what I expected him to do, avoid the danger that I bring and try to lay down his game as best that he can. And I did the exact same thing that I always do, avoid the danger that they bring and shut down the dangers that they have and try to bring the damage to them. So, and that's what you get, you know what I'm saying? When you get two of the best going at it, things like this happen. It ain't gonna be two people knocking the shit out of each other for five-minute rounds. That's not what the best is. The best doesn't get hit. The best hits and not get hit. And I think we did that. People saw that and the ignorance showed. They don't know, most people don't know what they're looking at. They just want to see carnage, viscera, mayhem, chaos. That's what they thrive off of. But and when I was in there, I felt at peace, a serene sense of power, if you will, you know, so that I can apply to my opponent, if you will. And I'm sure he felt the same. So that's that. That's that artistic side of it, if you will, that creative energy in us that we use to express mixed martial arts. But a lot of people don't recognize it, so they're seething at the jowls and, you know, grinding and gritting, and they want to see some blood in action. And I'm sure they'll get satiated with this next fight against Sean Strickland.
And finally, what do you think of his Undertaker walkout?
Fuck, you can't go wrong with the Undertaker, man. I thought it was cool, dude. He had the urn, the hat. He was all stoic. It's, you know, it's a lot, right? It's you got to get into character. You got to go. He's a professional. He can do it, right? He did it. He can go out there, have a whole dance number, you know what I'm saying, do a whole Broadway number, and then get in the octagon and win titles. So the Undertaker, you can't go wrong with Undertaker. All the respect. Who doesn't love the Undertaker? You know what I'm saying? So he did it, but I didn't. I sure as hell didn't end up in anybody's grave. That's for damn sure.
That is true. Thanks, man.
Hey, Jared, I just got one for you. What was there frustration with having to push this fight back so far?
I wouldn't say no frustration. No, I don't. I try my best not to have emotional responses unless they're solicited. Like if somebody's trying to break into my house, I'm pissed off and I'm gonna let you know. You know. On top of that, you can't just come in here. I got to protect my things. There's a bunch of things that go into it. But what was that question?
Were you frustrated with having to wait 2 months?
Oh, okay. No, for me, it was just more time to prepare, to build off of the things that we were working on anyway. I don't need an opponent to go to the gym and train to help make myself better. I'm doing that automatically. I don't have fight camps. I have life camp, you know. So I'm always in the gym. I'm always working my ass off. And the only time I really focus on one person specifically is when I get the contracts. When he had his situation, I understood. The dude had infection, had to have surgery. There's nothing I can do about that. And why would I be upset that this unfortunate thing happened to him? Because I know he wants to get in there and fight. I'm sure he wasn't too happy with it himself, but all about the silver lining, all about the positives in all aspects of it, you know. So I was able to train more, further ingrain what we were working on prior to this, or you know, for the last booking, and even more.
So you weren't trying to get in there quicker with somebody else. You really wanted to make sure you got this specific fight.
No, I did want to get in there quickly, you know, but for the quick one, we chose Sean Strickland. And then circumstances happened. I wasn't like, I want a new person now. To be honest, at the point, there wasn't nobody. You know, there were people saying, I want to fight him, but they were behind me. And after fighting for the title, I don't want to fight that far back. You know, Strickland is behind me, but he's still up there. Everybody knows who he is. Everybody wants to see him fight. So he was the best option. And that's the fight that I want anyway. You know, I like the things he brings to the octagon. So that's a challenge that I wanted to bring up to myself. The fact that he got pushed back, shit happens. You know, again, more time for me to prepare to whoop some ass Saturday.
Thank you.
I mean, thanks for taking the time. Is it, if there aren't such things as benefits, does it feel a little bit looser, like lighter, to not have the embedded cameras, the big media thing for pay-per-view, T-Mobile? Is it cool to kind of downshift a little bit, Jared?
Yes. Some days I can do without the media, the questions, the cameras, the microphones, and all that stuff. Some days I can deal with it. If I get asked a whole bunch of repetitive questions, it gets real annoying. I hate getting asked the same questions over and over and over again. So yeah. So it's essentially every freaking fight week, you know? Everybody's asking me about the title fight and Alex Pereira and naturally Sean Strickland. But some days are better than others. But no sweat off my sack. I guess I'm getting more accustomed to it. It's an ebb and flow. Some days I'm with it, some days not so much.
Thank you, sir. And last for me, about getting accustomed to it, give me a gym and anything for anybody who's been to the mountaintop, came up short. What would you say to them that fought for a title, main evented, and are just beating themselves up right now? And you could just reach out and be like, look, man, this might help a little bit.
Yeah. If you're beating yourself up, then you're not necessarily focusing on learning from whatever took place, right? So all my losses, they suck. And sometimes I cry. Sometimes I'm mad, frustrated, but not for long. I try my very best not to stay in those states of mind for very long. Because unless I'm getting a solution out of it, it is not going to serve me. It's not going to benefit me any. So it's all about, again, after these fights, it's a perfect opportunity to learn from what did I do, what didn't I do, what could I have done, what should I have done, all the shoulda, coulda, wouldas you can come up with. And just reflecting. It's a time for reflection, not a time for self-deprivation or anything like that. Because none of that is going to elevate you to the status that you want to be at. If it's champion, saying, "Oh, I suck. I can't believe I didn't do it." Shit like that doesn't move me closer to a title. So things like, man, if I would have did this, I should have did that. Man, I should have been doing this. We should have thought like this. We should have said something. Any of those, even if they are wrong, that process of evaluating yourself, that self-evaluation for me, is constantly ongoing, especially after these bouts, especially after training practices. So, yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir, and good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
Hey, Jared. Strickland said earlier that he's got no game plan for you. Do you believe that, or do you think he really doesn't have a strategy?
I'm sure his coaches have a strategy. I don't know if he has a strategy. The coaches, try to say some shit to him and hope the best that he does it. But that's typical, right? I expect the same Strickland we've seen the last couple of fights.
Have you ever walked into anything, whether it's in a cage or outside of sports, where you've got no strategy?
Say again?
Have you ever walked into the octagon or a training session where you've got no game plan?
Have I?
Yeah, can you relate to what he's saying at all?
I can relate. I can definitely relate. Most fights, you don't really go into it thinking, okay, A, B, and C, and D, and I'm going to do this in this order, and it's going to go A, C, B, D, and then it's going to go D, C, A, B. No. People do it. People can do it, but my brain don't work like that. That's too much logistics. That's too much paperwork. I'm more into the physical manifestation of things as opposed to the writing it down and jotting it out and things like that, the logistics part of it. I let the brain deal with all that logistics, all that logging this here and logging that there. It just comes out of my being when the time is ready. But yeah, I expect him to come in there and be his natural self. Pressure, the jab, that lead kick, that right hand. I don't know. People telling me they expect him to wrestle. I expect people to wrestle me in general. Once they feel the power or feel the speed and feel that sense of helplessness, I expect people to wrestle. But I don't know. If he tries to wrestle, it'll definitely be to his detriment. So who knows what he's going to do?
This is just something we've been asking a lot of the fighters this morning, but with the holidays coming up, and as an athlete, what's your number one tip for regular people who want to lose the weight they've gained over Christmas?
Well, don't do Christmas, right? Don't do Thanksgiving. These are times where people tap into gluttony, right? If you need some motivation, gluttony, one of the 7 deadly sins, and we glorify it every year, multiple times a year. So gluttony is no good for us, especially now with the poisons they've been putting in the food. I don't know if anybody knows this, but somebody told me, I can't remember who was telling me, but since COVID, they've passed laws where these companies don't have to put everything they're putting in these foods on the labels. And we all know that when COVID happened, a lot of ingredients and products weren't able to be acquired by these companies. So what they do, they went to somebody who had some cheap laboratory-made ingredient and threw it in there, and they don't have to tell us about it. So now we're hearing about all kinds of people coming up with, what's the word? A rise in sicknesses and disease. It could be due to other things. I'm not going to mention it here on the microphone, but, you know, diet is important, you know, and the foods that we are taught to eat, especially here in America, aren't really that good for us. So
we live in an age of like people looking for hacks. Are there any hacks to lose weight?
Hacks?
Yeah.
Fucking do it. You know, do it. There is no hacks to life. There is no, okay, what's the cheat code for life? I'm like, you either got it or you don't. You're either in the right place or you're not. It's just all those energies combining to create that moment for you. You have control over it. I wouldn't say we all have 100% control over it, but we have some control over it. Like, I get up and I go to the gym and I eat good and I think good. Therefore, I feel good. When I get in the octagon, I plan on performing good. That amongst other things. So there are no easy, I mean, there may be some easy hacks but that's subjective, right? That's what you might find easy, I might not find easy. I don't like doing paperwork, but there's some people in here who loves typing and making letters and organizing shit. I hate that. I hate even just spending my brain energy on, okay, bullet point number one. No, that's not what I like doing. I'd rather, okay, what do we do? How do we do it? All right, let me go do it. All right, let me do it over and over, and let me increase my proficiency that way, not through writing it out and doing all that boring stuff. Cool. Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Well, welcome back. It's been a little bit since we've seen you. What have you been up to?
Say again, please.
I said, welcome back. It's been a bit since we've seen you. What have you been up to?
Sorry, one more time.
What have
I need a translator, I think. Say again, please. Okay, I have a translator, my own translator. Hello, guys. I'm happy to be here. I'm very excited for my coming up fight, and you know, my last fight was not so good, and I'm very hungry, and I can't wait to beat that guy.
What do you do after a loss like that to kind of prepare your mind and your body to come back and perform at a high level?
Say again, please.
How do you prepare your mind and your body after a loss like that? What do you do to bounce back from that?
I just train hard every day, and my mind is very strong. I train every day, and you know, I never give up. And I believe myself, and I know one day I'll be a UFC champion, and doesn't matter how judges gonna judge me, and I'm gonna beat everybody and get my goal to be UFC champion.
Did you want to come back a little bit sooner, or did you need that time off?
I think to have 3 fights a year is good, and my last fight was like 5 or 6 months ago, and I had good recovery, and I started my training camp, and you know, I feel good, and I think that time it's good time for prepare for my coming up fight. It was enough for me.
What did you think of your opponent when you were first given his name?
You know, I know him a long ago. We trained together in Tiger Muay Thai. We have a pretty good relationship, and he's a tough opponent. He's like he never lost in UFC, and it gives me more motivation, you know, to beat him and to be first guy who beat him in UFC.
What was it like training with him? When was this that you trained together?
It was in Thailand, and I think we wrestled together, just grappling fight.
Did you consider not taking the fight because you knew him, or it doesn't matter to you?
No, for me it doesn't matter who is gonna be my opponent. I just, you know, I have my goal, and who UFC gonna offer me, I'm gonna accept that fight and try to win everybody. And I never choose my opponent. My manager knows me, and yeah, for sure I wanted to fight with someone from top 5, top 10, you know, but nobody wants to fight with me. You know, I don't want to wait like 1 year, 2 year. My manager told me, if you know, we have just one option to fight with Damir Ismagulov, and he knows I want to fight December or November, and he said just one option is Damir. And if I thought like this, if I can't beat Damir, how I'm gonna fight with in top 5 fighters, you know? And that's why I gotta show my performance this weekend, you know, and I'm ready to beat this guy and to show everybody I'm in different level fighter.
Why do you think it's been hard to find opponents to fight?
Say again, please. Because they don't want to fight with me. We call out everybody from top 10. Dos Anjos, he said, I want to move in 170. I don't want to fight with you because he said, "I don't want to be champion. I just fight for money, and that's it." But he's number 7. If he wants to move, he gotta like give his place, in number 7. I wanna be in his number, and for example, like in top 5, I called sometimes, and they didn't accept, and I know like I just gotta have good win streak and to show everybody I can beat everybody.
Hey, Arman. I just wanted your thoughts on the Islam Makhachev versus Charles Oliveira. What did you think of that win and that fight?
It was good fight. I mean, it was good fight for Islam. Islam, he's on different level, his wrestling. His wrestling is good. His striking is good, and I know I know one guy who can beat him. It's me, and that's it.
A lot of the fans are really looking forward to that rematch. Do you think it's going to happen sooner than later?
Yeah, 100%. If I'm gonna beat Damir and some of them from top 5, UFC gonna give me that opportunity because it was my debut, and I gave him the toughest fight in his career.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Okay. Good. Thank you
so much.
Cody.
What's up, brother?
How you feeling?
I feel good, man. I'm happy to be back in Vegas, get one more in before the end of the year.
It was a short notice fight. Talk me through it.
Yeah, so on paper it looks like super short notice, but I was booked November 19th. Unfortunately, that fight fell out, and I went home for a couple of days. That was a long camp. I went home for like 3 or 4 days and kind of reset with the family, which was nice. And then it was right back in the gym. They were telling me February, so I didn't really take too much time off. And then luckily, unlucky for some people, but lucky for me, that fight fell through and I was able to hop on the opportunity.
How disappointing was it that you didn't get to fight November 19th?
In the moment, it was super disappointing. I wanted 3 fights. It didn't look like that was going to happen. I had good momentum that I was riding, and it's funny how it works out. I was fighting a guy in Rodolfo Vieira who I think is pretty similar in terms of where they are ranked and things like that. And so to lose that fight, sometimes you got to jump on a grenade. And luckily, I feel like I got a good matchup, maybe even a better matchup, just style-wise and ranking-wise. It's super similar, so it worked out.
On the main card, how's that feel?
Yeah, it's cool, man. I was telling my wife, I was like, we went from third fight on the prelim to featured prelim, and now we're on the main card, so we're trending in the right direction. And it's like Dustin Jacoby says, winning solves everything. So as long as you keep getting those wins and finishes, everything takes care of itself.
Another underdog. What the hell?
Yeah, I think that's a good thing too. I feel like you're an underdog because you're punching up. You're fighting better competition, and I wouldn't mind being an underdog all the way to the top. That means I'm going in the right direction as well. I don't want to fight guys that everyone thinks I should beat because then I'm punching down in the rankings. So I have no problem with it. I didn't expect to be a favorite. I don't know if I expected to be as big an underdog as I am, but that's cool, man. I'm going to make my friends some money.
What do you think of the matchup?
I like it. Michael's a beast, and I got to see him live in person when he fought Dustin, and he's super durable. He's super tough. He never stops coming forward, and everything he throws is to take your head off. So he's really not too much different than some of the guys I fought, other than he's really tough and has great pressure. But yeah, he's really good. I just think he has a few holes in his game that I can exploit. Some of the things he's not the best at are things that I'm really good at. So I think on paper it's a good matchup for me.
When one of your main training partners fights the guy that you're supposed to fight, how does he help you out? Without giving out all the secrets and stuff. But how does he help you out during practice?
Oh, really? It's just a mentality thing. I feel like Dustin's really been a huge addition to my camp. Obviously, he's helped me get a lot better in striking and those kind of things, but just confidence-wise, I know how much he believes in me. He's been in there with the guy, and me and him train every day, and he's like, listen, you just go be yourself, and you can get the win. And that confidence is huge.
That's awesome, man. So you get past this guy. What do you want your next year to look like?
Hopefully 3 or 4 fights. I want to stay pretty active. I think 3 fights is pretty active. And like I said, this guy's up in the rankings. I think he's like a top 25 guy, so hopefully, maybe by the end of next year, we're looking at a top 15 spot. I just got to keep winning and riding the momentum. So 2023 could set up to be a huge year for me.
Awesome, man. Thanks.
Thank you, brother.
Easy peasy.
All good. Thanks, guys.
All right. Good. You guys can hear me just fine. Oh, look, I'm on TV too.
Make sure you look good on all angles, right, Alex?
Yeah, that's how I look. I'm a lot hairier than I'm used to being.
Hey, man, you're a young veteran in the sport. Tell us a little bit about that, getting up to Fight Night, back in the Apex. What's going on? How you been?
I've been good. I've been as good as I can be training-wise, you know. Yeah, I've been chilling, just trying to get a fight in.
Any reason why we haven't seen you more active? You stay active. You try to be. You're from the Ultimate Fighter to now. You know, you are a veteran, but I say that respectfully. And you're always up. Did the match with Juicy J get you really going and somebody you could really match up with well and maybe just make it a fight of the night?
Excuse me?
With Juicy J, like you've been in the game for a minute, and when they gave you that contract, you see the name and you're like, okay, this is somebody that I can really have fun with.
Oh.
You guys match up well to make it the fight of the night.
I mean, I'm gonna try my best to fight my best. So if that involves becoming fight of the night or having a good performance, and yeah, I'm gonna be out there and fight hard. Yeah, I try to stay active. Pertaining to the first question, yeah, I try to stay active. I don't know who's responsible for that, but what I've heard is just 145 is very hard. Once you reach 15 and up, you know, it's very hard to find fights for those guys, because a lot of those guys, like, they just have fights, or some of them are injured, or maybe they just need the right matchup. So I think that's why it's more recently you're starting to see less activity from me or other people, because I guess they're trying to find the right matchups, and they did with this one. It's a good fight, so it should be enjoyable.
Absolutely, man. And how has camp been for leading up to this bout, closing out the year back?
It's been grindy. It's been good. You know, I feel like I've made strides in a lot of places. It's always improving.
Excellent. And how do you see yourself matching up with Julian? Like, where do you see your advantages? Do you get?
Haven't really given that much thought. I just know I'm a good fighter, and he's a good fighter, and we're going to match up really well, and I'll see what happens when I get in there.
If you had the choice, would you just want to give us those hard 15 minutes, Bruce Leroy style, or just get that finish and go home?
Either or. I'm not biased towards anything. I do love fighting. If I can stay in there for 15 minutes and have a good scrap, that's one thing, yeah. If I do get the finish early, I'm also excited for that, because that also says that I've been growing in skill and progressing in my skill set. So, yeah, either or. I'm not biased.
Excellent. Thank you, sir, and good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
I've just got a weird one that I'm going to have to explain why I'm asking. Out there, I keep seeing the slap fighters coming in and out, and I'm just curious if you've ever considered doing that and what you think of it.
Yes, I have. I have considered it. I think it's hilarious. It's cool. I don't know. It's funny. Just this pain tolerance. I'm pretty sure that's what it's mostly about. But I figured I have pretty big hands. I know I'm like one of the only 145ers that wear large gloves in the UFC. So I've been pretty. I think I could be pretty decent at slapping somebody. But
do you think that the fans who criticize it are taking it like a little too serious? Like, you think maybe people should just kind of relax and let them do what they want to do?
What are the criticisms?
Oh, everybody hates it. Everyone thinks it's not good for the brain and all that
neither is smoking cigarettes. Neither is working in factory plants. Neither is eating bad food or getting punched in the head for a living like I do, or surfing, skate. I mean, a lot of things is dangerous. Sitting still is dangerous. Being too sedentary could mess up your brain. So, yeah, take your chances. It's your life.
Thank you.
Hey, Alex.
How's it going?
What were the emotions like after your fight in March? You know, you had this big, long win streak, get snapped, close fight. What were the emotions like?
I wasn't too down. Honestly, I fought and I'm not hurt. That's the best thing I can hope for. You know, I fought a hard fight and go all the way to the end and walk away with no injuries. That's a pretty good day for me.
And all throughout the year, you pop in at number 15, you get out of the rankings, you pop back in. Like, how does it feel to, finally get the recognition and like be a top 15 fighter?
I'm aware of it. You know, I'm definitely excited for the new competition, for the heavier competition and everything like that. But I don't watch the sport and I don't pay attention. I don't really care about anything but fighting. Sorry.
I like that. It's all good, man. Awesome. Thank you.
You know, one of the things in this sport is all about not getting slapped, not getting hit. And then we're going back to the slap competition. They're not allowed to move their head. They're not allowed to do anything. Is that a bit just strange to you? And I mean, maybe it goes to what you said, it's just all about toughness. But I mean, if somebody told you, Alex, in your next fight, you can't move your head, you just got to take every punch, that sounds a bit crazy, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't normally fight like that. I'm not a brawler. But there has been occasions where I'm feeling the fight, you know, especially every Mexican fighter I fought. I feel like we get in the middle and we just start going for blows, not moving our head, and just see what happens. And so I know I definitely have that capacity to want that to, you know, want to express that emotion as well in the fight. So I don't see it as crazy. I know that that people are capable of that or wanting to express themselves in such a way. So.
I'm glad you mentioned, you know, if you're feeling that, because something that I've always appreciated about your fight style is you could see the moments where you sort of get into that flow state that everybody says that they always want to try to reach when they're in a fight. What is the process that you take in your mind, or how do you set up yourself to enter into a flow state when you're in the fight?
The flow state. Surrender. You know, surrendering to your calmness, then everything surrenders to you. You know, trying to, I wouldn't say not caring about the situation. You should care deeply about the situation, but not caring about the result. And I mean, I guess you can take it from like Bruce Lee when he says empty your mind, you know, like really you must empty your mind from desires, from wants, from aspirations, from anything that you're trying to achieve, and you got to let it happen. And your body subconsciously, your brain subconsciously, your spirit subconsciously knows what's best for you. So if you let it take the reins, and it cannot steer you wrong. I tell people this when I get into that state, you know, and I feel there, like I feel like I dodge every single punch. I feel like I'm watching myself from top down. I'm not in my body, you know, I'm not doing it. And that's true. Like, it's weird. Like, I see it from the outside, from a third person's perspective. I'm just allowing it to happen.
So do you we also hear a lot of fighters talk about visualization for the fight. Do you play the fight out in advance? Like when you know that your opponent, have you already sort of visualized how this fight's going to play out?
In a sense, yes. I play out every single possible scenario, even the bad ones. So, yeah, I play out the fight in every which way it could happen. Me losing by submission, any type of punch, you know, whether it be a decision, getting all the way to the end, thinking that I won, being robbed. You know, I think about every single possible scenario. Me robbing the other person, you know, like every single possible scenario. And I feel like that helps me not adhere to a single path. That when I'm in the moment, when you are in the moment, you can see every single path around you when you are present in the moment, and you can choose which path to take. But they won't be available to you if you just, you know, hone your focus all on one path. It's kind of like that saying that they say, a jack of all trades is a master of none, but is still better than a master of one.
So when you're going in there and you have Julian across the cage, are there particular things that you're looking for him to bring in this fight due to his past styles, or does it even matter what he's bringing? Because already in your head, you're open to every possibility that he's going to bring towards you.
Yeah, we definitely look at what he likes to do. But at the end of the day, I very loosely adhere to that, because every time I step in the cage with somebody, it seems like I'm fighting a different opponent than what
you've seen on tapes.
What I've seen on tapes or what I've seen on previous fights, and I attribute it to me having such an awkward style, that they're going to have to switch up game plans, they're going to have to switch up in the moment, that I'm not going to be fighting the person that I've seen on tapes or fighting these other opponents, even if it was recent, you know. So I gotta. It depends on what I bring to the table, I feel like, and not to sound as if I'm in control of everything. I'm obviously not, but I just my style. I don't do things traditionally, so people would have to switch it up for me.
Well, I kind of brought that up with him. I asked him if, you know, due to your style and sort of not awkward, but just different, coming at different angles, did he try to bring somebody into camp to try to emulate you? Is it possible for someone to bring somebody to emulate you, or is your style so unique to that moment in time that somebody can't replicate?
I honestly don't think people can replicate my style. You know, I can't replicate my style. It's going to be different every time. I'm in what I forgot one of my coaches used to say, that I'm an in-the-moment fighter. You know, so I know the techniques, I know the moves, but where I throw them from and when I do it, it's completely up to the situation. So it would be very difficult. I mean, there are tendencies that I have, like, okay, he's long, he likes to throw the jab a lot, he likes his check hook, he likes side kicks or whatever. You can take these things, and these things that I will throw more often than others. But when and why and how I'm throwing them would differentiate every time.
So you're like a jazz musician when you get in there, you just like to improvise.
Yeah.
All right, and then last question for me. When it comes to Saturday, what do you need to do to make sure that you get your arm raised in victory? What are your keys to the victory?
Fight hard. Nothing, very simple. Fight hard, don't get hit. I try to keep it as simple as possible. Same thing when people ask me, and this is just going off in a tangent real quick, but same thing a lot of people ask me, oh, Alex, do you worry about stances? If he's righty or lefty, does it make a difference to you? No, it doesn't make a difference to me. Keep it simple. The guy has 2 arms and 2 legs. He's trying to hit me with all 4 of those things. Stay away from those things, block those things, and counter those things, and then you'll be safe. I've never had a problem with different stances. His 2 arms, just don't get hit by those.
Perfect and simple. I love it. Best of luck on Saturday.
Thank you very much.
One quick follow-up. I think you had 26 UFC fights. Is that correct?
26? I don't know, man.
I think I counted that correctly.
Okay.
You fought legends, you fought people that aren't in the promotion anymore. If you could get one loss back, one rematch, who would it be?
Well, I thought the Yahir fight was really fun. That'll be a great fight to do again. It was a very close fight. We have very similar styles, and it's a fight for fireworks. So that's a cool fight right there for me.
That's awesome. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
Well, welcome back. You've been through quite a few opponents to get here. Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
I'm just happy got opponent's name and date this Saturday night. I had a lot of opponents pull out on me lately, so I've been trying to fight these ranked guys, make a name for myself. But first, Tim Elliott pulled out, then Alex Perez, then Brandon Royval got injured, so I end up here with another opponent. But as long as they make 125 and turn up to fight, I'm game.
Was there any fear that this fight wouldn't happen because of how many times you were having opponents pull out?
Yeah, of course. Like I was getting tired and anxious every time my manager Ali called. I'm like, oh my God, not again, like not again. And just kind of just got used to it. But, it was very close of it not happening. I have to thank, UFC, Dana White, Hunter, and especially Mick Maynard to making this fight happen.
So when you finally got your final opponent's name, what were your thoughts? Were at that point, were you just like, give me whoever, I don't care? Or do you kind of feel like maybe this is the better opponent? What's the thoughts there?
No, I hope for a ranked guy in the division. Everyone who kept barking, they kept talking. Everyone talks a good game on Twitter, like, I want to fight this guy, I want to fight this guy. But when it comes down to signing that paper, everyone comes with an excuse. So I'm just happy someone took this fight and that I'm able to finish the year off with another fight.
Do you feel like those people that pulled out of the fights had valid excuses, or do you feel like they were maybe trying to avoid you?
No, definitely. Like I know Tim Elliott got surgery, so that's all good. Alex Perez there, I don't know. I don't know if it's a valid excuse. Personally, I didn't like see him booked up again. So I'm thinking what's going on. Brandon Royval, I get it. I know he's a tough guy. He probably injured his hand, and I don't want to fight against someone that is compromised. I'd rather fight with Brandon Royval, like when he's fresh and I'm fresh, and we get that fight going.
What kind of fight are you expecting on Saturday?
I expect still a hard fight. The guy have nothing to lose. All the pressure is on me. I'm there to like showcase my skills. I know the pressure is on me, so I'm just going out there to perform. I'm going out there to outclass a guy that have nothing to lose.
And he's a UFC newcomer, so you may not have as much tape to watch or as much experience that you have. What do you see in him that makes him exciting and amps you up to fight him?
That he have nothing to actually lose. He's comes in as the guy with a debut, so he's gonna come in to fight his ass off, and I'm going there to fight my ass off too. So that just tells you that it's gonna be a good fight.
And you fought twice this year. Would you have preferred to fight a little bit more?
I hope to fight double that amount. I wanted to fight 4 times. But like I said, having opponents pulling out, days changing on me, it didn't happen. But like I always say, Alhamdulillah, whatever God wishes, gonna happen.
And with all those opponents that pulled out, which one of those are you the most excited to potentially fight next year?
Like I know Tim Elliott is out. That guy, I would, I wanna just fight him really bad. This guy talks so much. Every time I see these guys, they talk so much, but when it's face to face, it's always different. I'm an old school type of guy. Whatever I say, I'm gonna say to your face when I see you. So that's who I am. So I don't like him, but I know he's out. I would love to run it back with Brandon Royval. I know that's gonna be a banger. He knows it's gonna be a banger. So whenever he's healthy, I'm down to go again. Alex Perez, just because I don't know what he's doing, pulling out of me and then booking another fight. So all of these guys I'm very game to go with.
Thank you.
Amir, you said you're fighting twice this year, and it's the first time you fought twice since 2019. How does it feel to be active?
I wouldn't call this active, to be honest with you. This is the bare minimum, and that's why I'm so happy that this fight actually happened and that Mick actually made this fight happen, because I was looking to be active, and when I say active, that's at least 3-4 fights in a year. So, but like I said, the year gonna start again next year. You're gonna see more of me.
Are you hoping to turn around quick and fight on that London card early next year?
Maybe, but I don't see London as a home for me. I see Las Vegas as home for me. So I know there's March 5th, there's another card. I think it's here in Vegas. I'm not really sure. So I would love to be on that card too, but one fight at a time. Now I have Alessandro Costa to focus on, and I'm going to focus on my performance, and I know I'm going to put on a very good performance for you guys.
Awesome. Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Tell me when to go. Tell me when to go.
How can they have any problem with what you're wearing right there, looking all good like that? Right on.
Was Bobby in here like shirtless running around and stuff?
No. No, he had the vest on like Tupac and he had a dope
Yeah,
outfit.
but then he had like 3 rings on. And
Oh yeah, he had all kinds of.
Dude, what a guy.
He looked good. He looked good.
But I mean, you're giving him a run for his money.
I mean, I'm casual.
Have that future dad glow.
I'm working on it.
Point, though.
That dad bod's loading. It's not this week, but for Christmas.
Drew, how are you?
Wonderful.
Got to ask. So you've been in 2 bangers this year. Was it, and now you've had 5 months off. Was the time off needed? Like, was that by decision? Because I know that in September you were looking for a fight. So.
Yeah, it was an unintentional time off because I couldn't find an opponent to say yes. I was looking for a fight in November, December since August, right? But in the political game of side of things where, people want things perfectly, they always want to fight up and all that stuff. I'm just willing to engage with anybody. And man, thank God the stars lined up, and we've got this fight with Bobby Green because we're probably going to have a 3rd banger this year.
Right. Because it was pretty quick turnaround after that McKinney fight, and you took some damage. Do you let your body rest, or is it just kind of just get up and go?
I let the body rest, and I'm built for this game. I don't know if it's a Neanderthal genetics, but I don't take too much damage, or I seem to relieve swelling well. But my body is fantastic. I feel better at 34 than I did at 24, and that's why I'm just going to keep this ball moving.
You've been calling for Bobby Green. You wanted it at Madison Square Garden, back at the Apex. How excited that you got Bobby Green and he said yes?
Very excited. Man, as soon as I got that call that Bobby's the guy, it just perked me up. The training got intense, and unfortunately, it's not in front of a crowd. But luckily, with this Apex, we could probably hear what he's saying in the cage.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's probably the people's main event, to be honest. Like it's just one of those fights that like people circle and be like, this is the one. What do you think of the matchup?
I think it's speed versus power. I think Bobby's hard to hit. He's very evasive and creative. And then I bring that relentless durability, heart, and chin in the left hand. So I'm going to sling some leather at him, and if I hopefully just find that chin.
Probably don't have to worry about takedowns. So, I mean, is that something you're looking forward to?
Yeah, like in this game, you can't predict anything. Like I would love a stand-up war for 50 minutes, and I know Bobby Green is capable of that. But who knows? He's coming in with something with a plan for me, and I seem to turn people into wrestlers really quick. So he might shoot. Who knows?
3 bangers this year. What are you looking to next year?
Same. My goal is always 3 fights in a year, preferably more. But I just want to keep going. I kind of just dismissed this idea of, requesting ranked opponents and this and that. And, man, I just want exciting fights. And, I'm not trying to sneak my way up the ladder. I'm trying to make loud noises. And so I would never turn down an exciting unranked fight for a boring ranked fight.
So if you don't get a ranked fight, I mean, everyone's calling for that Paddy Pimblett fight. I mean, is that something that you can maybe get next year?
No, UFC will not let me fight him. Like, let's be honest. I mean, we watched his last fight, and we know what I'm capable of. That would be a fun one. I just want to fight in London at that O2 Arena, right? So if Paddy says yes, I'm all for it. But we all know that we got Dana, UFC, and all those. They won't let that happen.
What do you think of that decision?
I mean, I got to go back and watch it again, but man, there's a lot of talking. But I guess my opinion on the entire matter is there's something to star power, in the judges' decisions, right? And we're watching like octagon control and effectiveness and all this other stuff. But man, the star power is something you got to also get over. So when you're fighting a guy as big as Paddy, you got to do more than just 5 more punches,
And then one final one for me, going back, Islam Makhachev beat Charles Oliveira for the belt. I just want your thoughts on that fight because you fought Islam, right? So just What do you think of his performance?
As expected. You know, it's one of those things, once you're in the cage with that guy, you know what he's capable of. And yeah, I was not surprised at all by that performance. And man, he's there for a long time. I feel like not a lot of people know that answer. And so I'm here to fight for that rematch.
Thanks, man.
Hey, Drew. I'm curious if you're excited for that new dad burst of energy that fighters seem to have, or do you feel like you might already have it a little bit?
Oh, I think I have punching power now. Wait until I get that dad strength. 2023, things are getting it messy. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And plus, having I've been fighting to feed myself, but now that's no longer the case. And I'm excited to see what comes out from that.
And when Bobby came in here first thing, before we even said anything, he went on a very long, I don't want to call it rant, but explanation about USADA and all that happened. I'm curious if you have a take on, what he said about it, if you're worried at all that he is doping, or what's your take on that?
I mean, it's rough. Cross-contaminated supplements is a thing. And, I've seen that. And I think Bobby made a mistake, but he didn't intentionally make a mistake. I don't think I'm fighting a steroided, chemically performance-enhancing Bobby Green. I think it was just an error, and he had to pay his punishment. But I don't think he did it intentionally, and I think he's a natural, clean fighter. He's been fighting for the longest time, so I'm not worried about it at all. But these headlines where it's like you can get popped for something, right? So minute, and it's in a supplement, and it's a mistake. But now these headlines are PEDs, and now it follows you. And Bobby's gonna do his rants, and I'm just gonna say, I trust Bobby, and I think he's clean.
Thank you.
Has a fighter ever said anything in the cage out there that's ever just made you laugh while the fights happen, or does that sort of stuff when the opponent's talking trash in there, does that get you going?
Yes. I mean, I'm here for the exciting fights, and that's why I want to fight Bobby. I know he's going to talk, and I'm super eager to hear what he has to say. And the last guy, he was doing some dancing in the cage. That was fun to watch. It doesn't bother me, nor does it provoke me. I'm just here to have fun, and that makes it more entertaining. And unfortunately, I don't think it's going to work in his favor.
And I guess the last thing for me, I know every fighter wants to go in there and get a quick finish, and get that performance of the night. But when you look at this card, when you look at your fight and the man across this cage from you, you have to easily say this is going to be the lead-in or the lead potential for fight of the night or performance of the night bonuses because of the two characters involved. Would you agree?
Yeah, well, whether I'm awarded it or not, I'm here to put a stamp on performance or fight of the night on every single time I'm in the cage, right? So I'm going in there, I'm taking risks, I'm putting my chin behind my hands. We're making fights exciting, and we'll see if I get bonuses. If not, I create memories.
Drew, thanks for taking the time again. You're a fan favorite for a reason. You always get up for fights. You always give it 100%. But with somebody like a Bobby Green that's more of a veteran, does that tweak the game plan to where it's more technique and you're kind of, a little more kind of pull back, if you will, for game planning when it comes to somebody who's just been in there, seen every type of style that you could bring?
What got me into the sport is performing martial arts for the public and having another skilled veteran in front of me. Now we have to amplify what technique to perform, right? And the fun part about this fight is we both like each other, we both respect each other, we're both in here to have fun. And I think fighters that are trying to have fun in a fight let things come out more naturally and more excitingly. So yeah, I have a plan. I got technique that I need to work. I'm not going to come in and I got a tough man competition, right? But it's going to be exciting because I'm doing it against Bobby Green. Everyone loves watching these bad blood or these feuds or the trash talking, but unfortunately with those fights, man, they're so afraid to lose that really nothing comes out. But when you get two guys that really enjoy each other and get excited about the fight, then there's no chance that this fight's going to be boring.
Excellent. Thank you, Sonny. Just a fun one for me with the holiday season. Any memory you want to share about a good or horrible gift or a holiday memory that you have with you and your family?
Man, I think probably the most exciting memory has not happened yet, in the fact that I get to learn the gender of my child on December 30th, and that's a Christmas gift that I'm looking forward to opening.
Excellent. Thank you, sir, and good luck on Saturday.
Thank you so much, guys. What are you hoping for? I don't care either way, but my wife really wants a boy. So as soon as those blue balloons come out, then see the look on her face. So I think I'm just right behind her on that one.
Will you let your kid fight?
Oh, man, I hope not. Oh, man, this career is rough and not like unforgiving and unrewarding. So hopefully they're good at like ball sports. So like the mother's genetics and or be good in school, do something else. But man, I just support any passion, to be honest.
Hey, Drew. Bobby Green was in here all fired up earlier, and one of the things he was talking about was waking up and smoking a backwood or a blunt even before breakfast, and he said he could smoke any UFC fighter under the table, regardless of the result in your match on Saturday with him. Would you rematch him to smoke him under the table?
No, he'll win that for sure. I'm a lightweight. Man, I couldn't, like, if I did it before breakfast, I don't even know if I'd be alive for breakfast. So.
He was saying he'd have like 3.5 grams.
I mean, I saw him on the Joe Rogan podcast. Like, yeah, I would not be able to keep up. So he wins that one.
You were saying about feeling better at 34 than before. So what are the best ways you can share for people in their 30s to level up from where they were physically in their 20s?
Keep the passion, the excitement, and the quest to improve, but use the intelligence that you have in your 30s, right? I feel like the 20s were all piss and vinegar and not a lot of intelligence. I just maintained the piss and vinegar, and I just supplemented it with a little bit more intelligence and experience.
Was that all off the cuff? That was amazing. It was nice.
I just pulled that out of my back pocket.
It sounded like a quote. That was good. Something that we've been asking other fighters coming in here earlier is, like, with the upcoming holidays as an athlete, you mentioned dad bods earlier, but what's your number one pro tip for regular people like us who might want to lose the weight they've gained over Christmas?
Be mindful, right? Like, it's the unfortunate thing that I have to do, right? But man, I eat some donuts. I'll go crazy. Like Christmas, I'm probably gonna stuff my face. You know, I sacrifice Thanksgiving, so we're gonna make it up in Christmas. But yeah, just be mindful and intentional and conscious. You know, it's on a Wednesday. Do we need the croissant, or do we gonna wait till Saturday or whatever? Just I think overall, peace of mind comes from being mindful of actions.
And what's the easiest way to get ripped abs like yours?
Unfortunately, not eating. Unfortunately, avoiding happiness. Like, I'm jacked right now and I hate it. So I can't wait to put some pounds back on. But yeah, being shredded and happy seem to not coincide.
Have a happy holidays after this fight.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Which is why I'm so glad Bobby accepted this fight. So we get to have Christmas, you know?
One follow-up for you. Bobby said he wants to fight Dan Hooker in Perth after this fight. If you win, and I know that Dan's a buddy of yours, but would you fight him in Perth?
I think it's been a long enough time. Danny and Hooker and I could probably sling it. Man, Perth is a long drive. And that's in February. There's a lot of variables. But yeah, I'm definitely open to fight Dan Hooker.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Right? I would encourage driving.